It all began within the bustling halls of Harem University, a vibrant and energetic crossroads where students from all walks of life converge to chase their dreams and forge their futures. On an ordinary afternoon, amidst the hum of campus life, a young man named Sun was unwinding in his modest dorm room, engrossed in a film on his laptop. Suffering from a mild illness, he had decided to take a break from his usual routine. As he leaned back, a monstrous figure appeared briefly on the screen. A fleeting, poorly animated creature meant to scare away boredom. Sun, however, merely blinked and muttered to himself that it was far too dull to be frightening. Despite feeling under the weather, he didn't experience much drowsiness that day. His mind was restless, or perhaps simply bored, until an unexpected notification flashed across his screen. A message had arrived, informing him that he had been added to a new group. Curious, he opened it and saw the message trail. The identity behind this addition was a user calling himself the Yellow Mountain Lord, a mysterious nickname that immediately piqued his interest. Though it sounded strange, Sun thought perhaps this was just another classmate trying to make contact, and he quickly accepted the invitation. Soon after, another notification appeared, this time, an invitation to join a chat group. Sun, despite his lingering tiredness from the medication, decided to accept. As he scrolled through the messages, he noticed a directive. Everyone in the group was supposed to greet the new member. Feeling somewhat drowsy but intrigued, he typed a simple hello, only to find himself slipping into a light nap as exhaustion overtook him. While he was asleep, the group members' conversations deepened and grew more animated. They gossiped about the Yellow Mountain Lord, noting that he had brought along yet another new member. Several comments appeared, some casual, others more inappropriate, a typical feature of online groups filled with diverse personalities. Among these was a perverted comment suggesting that, if the new member was a woman, she should share measurements of the most vital parts along with a photo. The group responded with mock apologies directed at the Yellow Mountain Lord, as if to joke about his sternness while secretly funneling their curiosity about the mysterious figure. Meanwhile, one of the chat participants, a boy with fiery red hair, appeared on the screen in a separate window. He was visibly startled, pounding his fist on the table, voice tense with outrage as he declared that he would show everyone the wrath of his sword. Another voice responded coolly, challenging him to a duel, igniting a fierce exchange of bravado. This red-haired young man was known as Saber, renowned for his exceptional strength, and he knew well the danger of confronting certain opponents. Yet, in this moment, he understood that confronting the challenger directly would be foolish, and vulnerability flickered briefly behind his defiance. The others in the group chuckled at their exchange, sharing teasers about the arrival of yet another new member whose identity was cloaked in mystery. As the digital chatter continued, the entire group buzzed with anticipation, waiting eagerly for the first message from the latest recruit. Sun remained unaware of all this, lost in his dormant sleep, until, suddenly, he awoke, bewildered. His mind replayed the fragment of a dream where he had been added to a chat group. Checking his messages, he was surprised to see that he had already received 72 messages during his slumber. His eyes widened as he realized the conversations were packed with discussions about powers, battles, extraordinary abilities, and feats that sounded more like the lore of fantasy worlds than ordinary daily chatter. Despite the chaos, Sun found a strange sense of fascination. He enjoyed the company of these eccentric individuals, marveling at their bizarre and creative ideas. His initial thought was simply curiosity. Who exactly was the Yellow Mountain Lord who had added him? Though he didn't fully understand the implications, he sensed that this mysterious invitation would have a profound impact on his life, perhaps even turning everything upside down. In the midst of that realization, Sun's thoughts drifted to his own life, his recent feelings of melancholy. Lately, he had been plagued by a sense of lost purpose, having given up on chasing big dreams, just studying because he believed it was what he was supposed to do. The conversations in the group, full of talk of battles, magic, and heroism, became a strange source of amusement, a small escape from his mundane reality. Those tales of heroism and fantasy were growing increasingly captivating, almost intoxicating, as he imagined himself amid adventures where he could save princesses and wield mighty swords. That evening, back home, Sun watched another film, feeling almost sleepier than ever. The horror stories that once might have intrigued him now only bored him deeply. As he drifted towards sleep once more, he dreamed vividly. A vivid vision of himself rescuing a princess from peril, becoming a true hero in a world of fantastical monsters and brave warriors. His mind spun with images of valor, challenge, and adventure, reminding him that deep inside, a part of him still yearned for excitement beyond the dull routines of everyday life. Meanwhile, back in the chat group, stories flowed beneath the surface of the digital tapestry. Discussions about the identity of the Yellow Mountain Lord continued, with some members praising him as a genius, a master strategist whose moves seemed beyond ordinary understanding. Others, however, remained skeptical, questioning the legitimacy and motives behind his actions. One member, realizing he had made a mistake while typing, admitted that he had accidentally added the wrong person. A simple but embarrassing error that revealed how easily online connections could become confusing and unpredictable. As the night went on, the group's activity intensified, a whirlwind of speculation and minor conflicts. Sun's involvement was still just a whisper in the background of this chaotic digital universe. Yet, somewhere deep inside, he sensed that his life was quietly approaching a turning point, one that would challenge his perceptions, ignite his imagination, and possibly lead him into a reality far more extraordinary than he had ever imagined. The mysterious Yellow Mountain Lord and his enigmatic group had opened a door he didn't know he was waiting for, and once crossed, there was no turning back. In that moment, Sun's ordinary world was irreversibly linked to the fantastical one playing out in real time within that strange online space. Each message, each interaction, pushed him closer to a destiny he hadn't expected. Little did he realize that by simply accepting an invitation one afternoon, he was stepping into a world where legends, courage, and mysterious powers would soon become a part of his everyday life, turning his mundane routines into the foundation of an epic new adventure. In an ordinary day, a seemingly insignificant moment unfolded that would unexpectedly ripple through the lives of everyone involved. It all started with a simple request. Someone in the virtual chat asked for photos, a mundane act that seemed trivial at first glance. Yet, from that mundane beginning, chaos erupted with surprising intensity. The individual who had made the request was soon overwhelmed with remorse upon realizing that he had flirted with a boy who had been part of that same group. His actions, seemingly innocent in the moment, spiraled into a wave of discomfort and embarrassment. The online community began to react swiftly. Some members demanded that the person be expelled from the group entirely, voicing their indignation and suspicion. Amid this turmoil sat an elder, perched calmly in his seat, known among the group as the Mountain of Yellow. His reputation was one of wisdom and restraint, but even he was reluctant to make rash decisions. He argued that expelling someone without understanding the full context would damage his own reputation and called for patience. Struggling with doubt and the weight of his responsibility, the elder decided to attempt a form of divination, believing that it might shed light on what was truly happening. With a shaky focus, he directed his spiritual powers into a worn-out notebook, eager to glimpse into the future. Unfortunately, his skills in prophecy were barely adequate. His attempts at prediction proved disastrously inaccurate. Every effort yielded a distorted, nonsensical vision, leaving him more confused than ever. In the end, he could see nothing concrete, and the uncertainty gnawed at him. Aware that rash decisions could cause more harm than good, he announced to the group that he would keep the troubled boy in the fold for now, emphasizing that he needed time to observe and resolve other pressing matters. Despite some murmurs of discontent, the group acquiesced, though they remained skeptical. The elder reassured them that his delay was necessary, as complex issues required his full attention. Meanwhile, lying on his bed, the protagonist felt his body growing weaker, a familiar sensation that often accompanied his moments of introspection and fatigue. As usual, he turned his gaze toward the online group, curious about their conversations. To his surprise, he discovered that he had been added by mistake. The realization was strange. This group, which seemed to talk about everyday matters, even had members with children. He had initially thought his interest in the group would fade after a short time, yet 10 days had already passed since he joined. His daily routine remained unchanged. Waking up in the morning, grabbing his phone, and checking out what everyone was discussing. The group's discussions were surprisingly serious, sometimes almost credible. Members took their conversations so earnestly that one could mistake them for real knowledge. One day, he received a message from the group's supposed medical master. It read that he had formulated a basic elixir, an alchemical concoction of sorts. The message impressed him. This individual, who usually sent only brief words, had now written extensively. By this point, he had become familiar with each member's personality. There was the River North cultivator, always online and known for being extraordinarily eccentric. Saber, a troublemaker who stayed connected all day, eager for conflict. The 7th clan member, aggressive and combative, also present constantly. The medical master, silent most of the time, was another steadfast member who remained in the group despite his quiet demeanor. A wandering monk, known simply as the Gentle Feather, preferred emoji communication, and he was clearly a woman, which the protagonist was sure of, the only female presence aside from the others. What intrigued him most was the group's ongoing discussion about an extraordinary recipe. The medical master shared not only the formula but also detailed the entire preparation process. To the protagonist's surprise, some of the ingredients appeared remarkably common and easy to acquire, while others sounded entirely unfamiliar. Naturally curious, he began questioning whether these individuals were delusional, talking about ingredients and substances that likely didn't exist in reality. Fearing that someone might attempt to craft a foolish or dangerous potion based on this dubious information, he hesitated, contemplating whether to warn everyone not to try such an experiment. Just as he was about to send a message of caution, an emoji, a simple smiling face, was posted by a fellow member. This person claimed to have tested the recipe and reported that it worked wonderfully. The medical master expressed gratitude for the success, adding a few words of praise. The protagonist found this strange. Someone had actually created this so-called elixir of body tempering. His suspicion grew. Was it genuine, or just another fake? He became increasingly cautious, deciding to jot down the entire recipe in detail, suspecting it might be some form of slow-acting poison designed to harm gradually rather than immediately. Perhaps no one would die quickly, but the damage could be long-lasting. He planned to ask his cousin about it soon, fearing the worst. Meanwhile, he remained on alert, watching the group carefully and hoping that no harm would come to any of its members. The tension in this strange digital space thickened as the days went by, and unseen forces seemed to be at play. Every new message, every revelation, only deepened his suspicion that something far more ominous was unfolding than the group members realized. During this period, in a faraway place known as the Spirit Realm, another story quietly simmered, connected by threads of mysterious power and ancient secrets. But for now, the focus remained on the online community, where secrets layered beneath layers of seemingly innocent chatter, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. Mariposa, a girl with a quiet but mysterious demeanor, gracefully steps onto the shimmering surface of a tranquil lake. Her intent is clear. She plans to take advantage of the brief window when the old man leaves home to make her escape. Her ultimate goal is to pursue and capture the ghost she's been obsessively searching for, convinced that such a spectral entity holds the key to her deepest desires. As she moves effortlessly over the water, her focus sharp and unwavering, she silently vows to herself that her quest must succeed, no matter the risks involved. Later, we shift our attention to a tense domestic scene. The protagonist's cousin and his mother are engaged in a heated discussion about an unusual recipe. It's an odd concoction, strange ingredients, peculiar instructions. So bizarre that they're already contemplating whether to hospitalize the young man, suspecting he might be losing his grip on reality. The atmosphere is thick with concern and suspicion as they debate the safety and purpose of this mysterious brew, questioning whether it's worth the risk. Meanwhile, the protagonist wakes from what was unmistakably a nightmare. Heart-pounding, he recognizes it as a disturbing dream, one that leaves an indelible impression of chaos and confusion. He quickly concludes that sharing these unsettling visions with others might only reinforce their doubts about his sanity. Better to remain silent, he thinks, lest they dismiss him as unstable or delusional. As he looks outside, the bright sun shining in a cloudless sky, a question forms in his mind. Should he work out today? Perhaps. But first, he decides to indulge in a few rounds of the popular game, League of Legends, a refuge from his restless thoughts. He skillfully maneuvers through battles, culminating in an impressive pentakill that showcases his prodigious talent. The clock strikes noon, and he reluctantly closes the game, only to be greeted by an avalanche of notifications. His screen is flooded with messages from his friends and acquaintances. One message is particularly intriguing. It's from the North King, claiming that a particular recipe has worked flawlessly. Another comes from someone calmly brewing tea, commenting on a monk who merely sends emoji messages, adding to the strange aura surrounding these communications. Simultaneously, a mysterious figure known as Soft Feather, seemingly a girl, reaches out to him, asking politely for a message to be sent. Word around the virtual community is that Soft Feather has disappeared, and when asked about her absence, someone explains that her brother had gone to visit her and was beaten in some sort of altercation. Soft Feather, or perhaps a different character, expresses a desire to visit him, hinting at a longing for connection amidst uncertainty. The boy feels a pang of sadness upon hearing all this, perceiving a level of vulnerability and longing behind these digital echoes. Meanwhile, the protagonist observes the silent stories told by his friends, finding their tales bizarre yet intriguing. What puzzles him most is the number of seemingly crazy individuals who choose to believe these stories, taking them very seriously. He begins to wonder whether these accounts could be true, or if perhaps he is slowly losing his grip on reality just like them. Reflecting on his dreams, vivid and surreal, he convinces himself that he must resist becoming one of those deluded souls. Yet, just when he's about to send a message to the North King, a conversation catches his attention. The King of the North and a member of the Southern clan are discussing events happening in the city called H, mentioning a breakthrough or advance made by someone there. Realization dawns on him that City H is nearby, and a flicker of curiosity ignites within him. Will he see something extraordinary from his vantage point? Gripping his hair in frustration, he questions whether his belief in these stories, that city and its mysterious developments, might be a sign of his own descending madness. Confident that today is a beautiful day, he steps onto his balcony, certain that no catastrophe will befall him. The sky is clear, the sun shining brightly, relaying a sense of calm and stability. Meanwhile, in a distant place, a man with a sword strapped to his back approaches a young woman. With a determined voice, he informs her that the 16th is arriving. Perhaps a date, a countdown to some significant event. She responds calmly, calling herself 7th, and announces that she is ready, heading toward a nearby bookstore. The protagonist, observing all this quietly, feels a strange pull. Every new story he encounters makes time seem to fly, as if immersing himself in these tales transports him into another dimension. He notices how the sun blazes overhead, its intense heat reminiscent of a summer day. He hands a book to an employee, who comments that he has an interesting read, a Joe for a day of delay, or perhaps a playful nickname for the book. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap rumbles across the sky, causing everyone to turn around in surprise. The protagonist finds this sudden storm unsettling, sensing that something unusual is happening. Outside, the city of H is shrouded in an unexpected cloud cover, obscuring the once visible sun. The change was so abrupt that residents pause in their daily routines, exchanging astonished glances. The weather shift adds to the overall sense of unease. The protagonist perceives everything as deeply strange, feeling that these phenomena might be more than mere coincidence. From his vantage point, he watches a girl perched atop a tall building, gazing upward with an intense expression. Nearby, a boy stretches out his arms as if to summon celestial powers, proclaiming that he will harness the heaven's strength. The sight, surreal and almost foolish, leaves an impression of absurdity. The boy continues to shout, waving his arms frantically until the clouds part and sunlight streams back through the sky. The entire scene is confusing, leaving the protagonist to wonder whether the thunder and storms are signs of something greater, perhaps a manifestation of the chaos and mystery that seem to permeate his world. Deep inside, he struggles to comprehend if these phenomena are real or just illusions born of his restless mind, perhaps hinting at an inevitable descent into madness or revealing a supernatural truth hidden beneath the fabric of his reality. Every detail, every event, seems to weave into a tapestry of wonder and uncertainty, compelling him to question not only what is happening around him, but also the very nature of his perception and sanity. In the dimly lit streets of a city teetering on the edge of chaos, a young man swiftly navigated the labyrinthine alleys, his mind a tumult of confusion and disbelief. The day's events had spiraled far beyond anything he could have anticipated, leaving him questioning the very fabric of reality. Amidst the chaos, he recalled a cryptic message from a clandestine group, a message that hinted at a bizarre event originating from City H, an event that seemed almost surreal in its implications. Clutching his phone tightly, he scrolled through the cryptic messages, trying to piece together the puzzle. The unmistakable feeling that everything was a meticulously crafted illusion gnawed at him. Was his perception trustworthy? Was this entire ordeal an elaborate deception designed to manipulate him? As he pondered these questions, he observed a boy nearby, being chastised loudly for his foolishness. The boy's naive confidence that he was invincible mirrored his own growing delusions, and for a fleeting moment, he saw himself reflected in the child's eyes. The realization hit him hard. He was gradually becoming as naive as that young fool, caught up in the illusion of eternal invulnerability. A decision crystallized within him. As soon as his cousin confirmed that the purported antidote they possessed was fake, he would sever all ties with the group. The idea of remaining among such reckless individuals, deluded into believing in their invincibility, was unbearable. His gaze drifted to the girl standing on the rooftop, passing silently by him. She seemed distant, absorbed in her own thoughts. Yet her presence was enough to remind him of the fragile nature of power and the perilous pursuit of influence. Gaining dominance was never a simple endeavor, and he understood that better now than ever. On his way home, he sent the recipe for the supposed remedy to his cousin, asking whether consuming it would lead to death. For now, he decided not to leave the group entirely, fearing that someone might perish if they took such an uncertain chance. Returning to his computer, he was greeted by a flood of notifications, nearly 99 in total. The urge to ignore them was strong but ultimately futile. Curiosity overwhelmed him, compelling him to delve deeper into the group's latest updates. One of the members inquired whether the designated member had advanced smoothly in his endeavors. An individual known as the Master of Trigrams responded by claiming he had performed a divination, which indicated that everything was proceeding well. Yet, skepticism ran high among the members. Many doubted the accuracy of his predictions, especially concerning a girl involved in their plans. They questioned whether someone nearby City H could verify her safety, if she was alive and well. The consensus was firm. Whatever the so-called seer proclaimed, the opposite must be true. The group lacked trust, suspecting deception or misdirection. Our protagonist chuckled quietly at the irony. It seemed these people had known each other for years, bound by shared secrets and mutual mistrust. The King of the North asked if anyone was present in City H, but nobody responded affirmatively. They admitted knowing someone who lived close but were wary of getting involved. Perhaps, they reasoned, meddling with these unpredictable characters was too dangerous. Meanwhile, a voice, described as Soft Pen, mentioned preparing to travel to City J, which was conveniently near their location. Excitement stirred within the young man as he realized the group's member would soon pass close to his town. The group decided to let her confirm the girl's condition and expressed concern over the divination's reliability. The prediction of good fortune was now seen as ominous, an ill portent rather than a blessing. Angered by their doubt, the seer slammed his fist on the table, fury flashing in his eyes. Insulted and frustrated, he declared a duel to settle their disputes. The man, the one he identified as agreeable enough to his challenge, readily accepted. Meanwhile, the protagonist found himself pondering the absurdity of their gathering at the Zenin Palace solely for a duel. The mental image of two warriors fighting a dragon and a tiger struck him as surreal, like scenes from a fever dream. It was as if his mind was slipping into madness, eclipsed by visions of impossible battles. Morning dawned, and he turned on his computer once more, only to be greeted by news reports about lightning strikes. Spectacular flashes illuminating the sky, yet they seemed to ignore his attention. A message from the campus appeared, describing the aftermath of a gang elimination. People speculated on who was responsible for pummeling those thugs, especially since everyone seemed eager for retribution. To his indifference, he skimmed past the headlines, feeling detached from the chaos. But amidst this distraction, the persistent image of lightning persisted in his mind. It lingered there, impossible to ignore, drawing his gaze back to the virtual horde of notifications. Frustrated, he considered leaving the group entirely, sensing that his involvement was dangerous or futile. Yet, at that moment his screen revealed that every single member was online simultaneously. A strange, almost surreal occurrence. The question arose, do these people ever sleep? Does anyone truly rest? A sneeze echoed through the group chat, and a figure, described as the cultivator of the North River, remarked that people couldn't stop obsessing over him. The group's medicine master shared a cryptic message, though it was incomplete, hinting at some deeper revelation or ritual. Meanwhile, beneath the surface of their digital conversations, a web of unseen motives and hidden agendas intertwined, as each individual played their part in this clandestine game. As the day progressed, the young man continued to observe, torn between curiosity and caution. The group's fractured alliances, cryptic predictions, and strange rituals painted a picture of a world that was as dangerous as it was fascinating. The more he tried to understand their motives, the more elusive the truth appeared. It became clear that beneath the veneer of mundane interactions lay a complex tapestry of power struggles, secret rites, and ambitions rooted in the desire for control and influence. Despite the chaos and the visions of impossible battles filling his mind, he sensed that something greater was brewing, a storm whose full extent remained unseen. The lightning that flashed across the skies had become a symbol of change, of upheaval. His own place within this web of intrigue was uncertain, yet he knew that he could no longer remain a passive observer. His contemplation flickered with the realization that soon, all these threads, whether illusions or realities, would converge in ways he could neither predict nor control, and that the true nature of power was to be found not just in strength, but in understanding when to act and when to wait. In the bustling heart of the city, a mysterious plant caught the attention of a seasoned adventurer, a branch from the northern river's flora, reputed to be a seed of a deadly venomous dragon. Intrigued by its sinister reputation, he asked an alchemist nearby whether he could acquire such a specimen. The alchemist, eyes gleaming with curiosity, nodded and responded that if he ever found one, he would gladly deliver it. The protagonist, wary of its dangerous reputation, hesitated for a moment but felt an unexplainable pull towards possessing such a rare and perilous artifact. As he lingered, he realized that the plant's ominous name was enough to send a shiver down his spine, and he instinctively moved away from the group. His gaze shifted upward, where clusters of people were engaged in hushed conversations about recent events. A recurring topic was a city, referred to as City H, where an individual had allegedly eliminated numerous people. Interestingly, none of these victims had succumbed. Instead, they survived unscathed, leaving a trail of curiosity and suspicion. Connecting these whispers with the recent barrage of assaults on students at a nearby school, the protagonist deduced that the victims might be connected. Considering the proximity of the assaults to City H and the fact that many of the aggressors appeared to be delinquents, he became convinced that these culprits might indeed be the same individuals. The possibility seemed too coincidental to ignore, fueling a growing sense of distrust and unease within him. However, as he contemplated these unsettling connections, doubts crept into his mind. Regime, his thoughts whispered, was beginning to believe in a conspiracy of coincidences. The mounting tension made him decide that he needed to clear his mind. He took to running through the city streets, each breath of fresh air helping to dissipate the confusing web of rumors and suspicions. Running served as a mental escape, a way to forget the dangerous gang members and those mysterious, luminous figures, the lightning-shaped thieves and the fairy that was said to have appeared in the city, who might be connected to these strange, violent episodes. Meanwhile, at the airport, the scene was equally dynamic. A crowd of travelers and visitors buzzed with excitement and admiration. Many were captivated by a young woman whose beauty seemed almost unreal, prompting messages and texts praising her allure. Some saying they had never seen such elegance in their lives. She strolled through the terminal, earbuds in, lost in her own world. She mumbled her disdain for crowded places, complaining that they were easy to get lost in. But her curiosity prompted her to check her phone once again, seeking news or updates just to make sure she was still on track. Her messages revealed a shared conversation among a group of friends, discussing her arrival and her upcoming meeting with a mysterious figure known as Mr. Seven. Yet, despite the plans, no sign of him had appeared. One of her companions suggested that she activate GPS to find her way, but she scoffed softly at the idea. "Honestly, we're forgetting something," she said. "People should be talking about maps and compasses, not GPS." Another friend admitted that they had tried using the technology but remained lost, causing someone else to suggest that if she was truly unsure, she could simply take to the skies. The young man, overhearing this, chuckled, remarking to himself that these people never changed, always thinking about flying over the city to find their way. The man from the Northern Rivers region then asked her where she was headed. She responded that she wanted to reach the Ghost Lamp Temple, located on Lucian Street. The name instantly triggered a memory in the protagonist, a faint recollection of the neighborhood where Pluma Suave, a mysterious character that had crossed his path, resided. Yet, he realized that multiple streets could carry the same name, complicating matters. Curious, he observed as a taxi stopped nearby, its driver calling out to the young woman, inquiring if she needed a ride. She asked whether the driver knew the location of the Ghost Lamp Temple. The driver, unfamiliar with that specific place, questioned where exactly on Lucian Street it might be. She confirmed it was in fact Lucian Street, and he, recognizing the name, replied that he lived nearby but had never heard of the temple. Concluding her plans, she packed her bag and decided to walk toward Lucian Street, trusting the driver's familiarity with the neighborhood. With that decision made, the driver was taken aback but nevertheless agreed to assist her, guiding her along the way. As she set forth, she updated her chat group, reassuring them that she was heading toward the temple while pondering the strange encounter with the taxi driver. In her mind, she reflected on how long it had been since she'd been truly alone, without the constant crowd, without the digital distraction, and felt a subtle sense of relief mingled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in a place known as the Paradise of Foodies, the atmosphere was lively and vibrant. The district was famous for its street vendors, offering an array of delicious local delicacies that attracted crowds from all over the city. Our protagonist found himself standing before a popular food stall, contemplating its name for a moment before recalling it was situated in the district along Lucian Street. He remembered that this was the very street where Pluma Suave aimed to go, the place shrouded in a mix of familiarity and mystery. As he looked around, he noticed groups of teenagers sitting nearby, passing judgment on cheerful girls walking past. Some were commenting loudly, criticizing appearances or making joking remarks, their conversations bordering on reckless. It seemed obvious that someone should call the police to deal with the unruly behavior and the dangerous attitude of these kids, who seemed to be in desperate need of guidance. Suddenly, amidst their joking, one of the boys shouted out a score for a passing girl, 100 points. A cheeky response that both irritated and amused those around him. The district buzzed with energy, young voices, and a sense of wildness that reflected the chaotic yet lively spirit of the city. In this environment, stories intertwined, some mundane, some mysterious, all contributing to the ongoing tapestry of city life, full of hidden dangers and unexpected crossings. The narrative of these characters, each navigating their paths through chaos and clarity, highlighted both the vibrancy and the peril that lurked around every corner, weaving a complex, colorful story that continued to unfold in the depths of a sprawling metropolis filled with secrets, hopes, and danger. In the quiet haze of a bustling city, amid the hurried footsteps and crowded streets, a delicate moment unfolded that would forever alter the lives of those involved. It all began when a woman, whose presence was as graceful as a whisper, arrived carrying a sleek leather suitcase. Her movements were fluid, embodying a gentle confidence that immediately captured the attention of a young man nearby. His gaze, drawn involuntarily, followed her every step as she passed by. In that fleeting instant, the young man felt an inexplicable pull deep within his chest, a sudden rush of emotions that seemed to surmount his usual composure. It was as if an invisible string had tethered his heart to her, and in that moment of her passing, he realized he had fallen, irrevocably and hopelessly, under her spell. His friends, noticing his distracted state, teasingly challenged him, claiming that her charm could only be worth a perfect score of 100 points. Yet he remained silent, lost in the whirlwind of feelings that surged within. He watched as she moved through the crowd, her steps unhurried yet purposeful, and felt an urge to approach her. Summoning his courage, he stood up abruptly, announcing to his friends that he could no longer remain a passive observer. With tentative steps, he began to walk in her direction, whispering to everyone around that he needed to do something bold. But as he closed the distance, he hesitated, his courage wavering. Lost in admiration, he decided to observe her from afar, and after a few moments, he found himself crying softly, overwhelmed by the beauty he couldn't bring himself to voice. The young man chuckled softly at his own vulnerability, then went to a nearby butcher shop, seeking distraction in the mundane routine of choosing cuts of meat. As he exited, fate played its hand once again, and he found himself face to face with the woman once more. His heart pounded as he wondered whether this was mere coincidence or something more inevitable. As she passed by him, he lowered his gaze, feeling a mixture of bewilderment and sanity slipping away. It seemed as though his mind was playing tricks, but the intense presence of her aura kept him rooted in the realm of wonder. He was about to dismiss the encounter when an intriguing detail caught his attention. Someone had mentioned a place called the Temple of Ghosts. The mention sparked his curiosity, and he instinctively turned his head to watch her depart. There was an almost magnetic pull compelling him to follow her steps, to understand who she truly was. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone to check her recent updates and saw that she had noted her arrival in a certain street, mentioning that the area was bustling with a crowd. Interestingly, he remembered that she had left the airport just 2 hours earlier. His intuition told him she was in the wrong part of town, perhaps mistaking one street for another. This discrepancy fueled his skepticism. He refused to believe she could be just an ordinary woman. There's no way she's just a regular person, he thought firmly, denying any chance that she was simply a woman passing through. Suddenly, his phone chimed, a voice message. He tapped to listen, recalling the moment when she had recorded it. Earlier, he had replayed her message and noticed her voice sounded uncertain, as if she was anxious because someone she was trying to reach, the man from the North River, was not responding at the moment she was passing through that particular area. Now, as he pressed play again, her tone seemed tense, hinting at her unease. She had turned around, adjusting her pace, and he could see that she was glancing nervously over her shoulder. Her eyes seemed to search for something or someone, and he was struck by her vulnerability. It was then he wondered whether the boy she mentioned, a youthful figure, perhaps an adolescent, was actually an older person, someone within their group. His curiosity deepened as he noted a faint scent of perfume lingering in the air, and he watched as she moved closer, her face nearing his. She then asked if he belonged to the group from the 9 provinces, a detail that puzzled him. To his surprise, she confirmed her identity as Pluma Suave, a nickname that resonated with her graceful demeanor. Her face radiated with confidence and charm, yet her age seemed to be around 19, strangely older than what her youthful appearance suggested. She addressed him with familiarity, and he realized she had heard his name, which he hesitantly shared. telling her his given name was Sun Swan. She gestured for him to forget about the Taoist name she had mentioned earlier, indicating that it was just a superstition some people used to hide or mystify their true identities. She expressed her understanding that some individuals preferred to keep their real names secret, a silent nod to the complex layers beneath their personas. Then, she asked him to drop the formality of calling her older sister, a respectful term she found somewhat disrespectful, and insisted he simply call her by the name Sun. He hesitated for a moment but agreed, feeling an inexplicable pull to connect more directly. In a gentle, earnest tone, he asked whether she needed help. Was she here on some mission or just exploring? His heart fluttered by the sincerity of his question, but he realized he was deeply enamored. Without thinking, he offered to carry her suitcase, not because she asked, but because he wanted to be near her to support her journey. She declined politely, preferring to walk on her own, but he listened carefully to her destination. He told her he knew where she wanted to go, and he gently pointed out that she seemed to be on the wrong street. Her eyes widened in surprise as she asked if she was on Luxing Street, which was indeed the place she intended to reach. He confirmed her suspicion, but then explained that this was not in the same city. City J, a different urban landscape altogether, and that she might have confused the two streets with similar names. His tone was kind yet firm, and he suggested that she check her phone's GPS. However, as he looked at her, he realized that her battery had died. Another twist of fate. She had no way of verifying her location, and he offered her his own device, but she hesitated. Moments later, she admitted that her phone's battery was also dead. The complication deepened as they both faced the same predicament, unable to confirm their positions. He wondered if she was in a hurry to reach her destination, and she nodded solemnly, acknowledging that her circumstances were pressing. Their conversation hung in the air, an unspoken connection forming amid the chaos of missteps and lost signals. The city seemed to fade into the background, leaving only the two of them in this rare, suspended moment of shared uncertainty and quiet hope. Once upon a time, in a quiet corner of a bustling city, there dwelled a young man caught between worlds, one rooted in mundane routines and the other stretching toward mystical horizons. His life was an intricate dance of everyday responsibilities and unspoken ambitions, a delicate balance that often left him pondering the boundaries that separated the ordinary from the extraordinary. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the city streets, the young man found himself standing before a modest apartment. It was his sanctuary, a place where he sought refuge from the chaos outside. His mind was preoccupied with the day's trivial worries when a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. It was a young woman, someone he knew, hesitant yet earnest. She hesitated slightly, her eyes searching for words. "I hope I haven't taken too long," she said, her voice tinged with a mixture of nervousness and curiosity. "My father warned me that if I lingered too late, he would scold me. So I thought, maybe I could use the computer in your room to check how to get there." He looked at her, amused by her earnestness. "You can't charge your phone at a vendor's place?" he asked with a smile. "But you can bring it to your room," he continued gently, sensing her uncertainty. She nodded, clarifying if the room was her usual practice space, or perhaps a supposed refuge for solitude. He was a little confused himself. To him, it was just an ordinary bedroom, nothing special. Yet, he found himself instinctively thinking about the unspoken rules, how one shouldn't bring a girl into a male dormitory. Still, the moment's curiosity prevailed, and with a quick glance around, he decided to lead her inside. The door swung open, revealing a simple but comfortable room filled with cluttered belongings and the faint hum of a computer. As soon as they stepped inside, he turned to her and asked, "What would you like to drink?" Her eyes lit up with a simple desire. "Some tea, perhaps," she replied softly. However, coincidentally, he only had a beverage he thought she might dislike. A strange orange juice he jokingly referred to as spiritual elixir. He found her reaction amusing. In his mind, everyone from his training group drank juice like this. It was considered a ritual of sorts, a symbol of their earthly practice. She, however, seemed unfamiliar with it, and he reflected that perhaps she was engaged in a different kind of cultivation, one that focused on lifestyle training or spiritual discipline. Deciding to be helpful, he looked up the recipe online, noting that preparing this legendary orange juice would take roughly 5 hours, a fact that made her eyebrows furrow in surprise. She wondered aloud if a taxi could be arranged to fetch it, an amusing thought as they were both far from that sort of luxury. He replied that no, a taxi probably wouldn't make such a long journey, and her next question was about what they would do afterward. He hesitated, confused by her curiosity. "What would we do?" she asked again, a hint of hesitation in her voice. Since they had only just met, he wondered why she was so interested in potential plans. She quickly apologized for not asking permission beforehand and, with tears in her eyes, admitted that her sense of orientation was terrible, and she was terrified of getting lost. Her vulnerability touched him, and he expressed his desire to help but explained that he couldn't do much because he had classes the next afternoon. She then posed a hypothetical. If she didn't have classes, would she be able to go to the place with him? He thought about it, considering the time and circumstances. If that were the case, he said cautiously, then yes. He looked over the weather forecast, reassured himself that nothing unusual was predicted, and wondered whether it was wise to agree. Still, she seemed eager, and he didn't want to disappoint her. She asked if she could use his computer for a moment. He handed her his phone, and she quickly began searching for information. Her fingers flew over the screen as she browsed through profiles, including his own, his teachers, and class schedule details. She was sharper than he thought, cunning even. Her mind was analyzing possibilities, considering scenarios where if an unforeseen event occurred involving a certain teacher, she could avoid classes altogether. She seemed particularly interested in a notebook he kept near his workspace, where he had jotted down the recipe published in their group chat. Her eyes lit up as she saw it. She wondered aloud how many servings one could make at once, eager to test her own skills in the kitchen. She noticed that he had written down the recipe, and a sudden suspicion crossed her mind that he might be one of the eccentric practitioners of that peculiar discipline. He, suddenly self-conscious, denied that he had tried the recipe himself, claiming he simply hadn't had the chance because he lacked the necessary ingredients. She approached him and offered to send him 2 boxes of ingredients when she returned home, to help him prepare it herself. Grateful, he asked for her documents to reserve a ticket. While she was at the window, he couldn't help but think how beautifully kind she appeared, her gentle nature contrasting with the world's harshness. To him, she seemed almost otherworldly, charming and delicate, living in a world of illusions. Meanwhile, she activated her special glasses, devices developed for her that could project her vision into another realm entirely. She took a panoramic view of the city, her mind wandering beyond visible horizons, imagining landscapes and possibilities far beyond her current reality. Her gaze was fixed on the distant skyline, where the city lights shimmered like stars sprawled across an endless sky. She wished to escape, even if just momentarily, into a realm where her dreams could unfold freely. The young man, observing her quiet reverie, felt a twinge of longing. She embodied a quiet resilience, dewdrops on a fragile leaf, yet containing infinite strength. As night deepened, the city continued its relentless rhythm. Yet, within that modest apartment, there was a different world, one filled with silent hopes, whispered secrets, and the unspoken desire for something more profound. The young man pondered the fragility of such moments, understanding that beneath her appearance lay a soul eager to explore the boundaries of possibility. He stood silent, watching her gaze drift beyond the physical confines of their tiny sanctuary. It was in these quiet pauses, glimpsed through her mystical glasses, that worlds untold emerged, a universe of boundless dreams waiting just beyond the horizon, inviting those brave enough to reach for them. Once, in a quiet suburban neighborhood, a father named Daniel discovered an unsettling scene within the familiar walls of his home. He had been working late, and upon arriving, he found the sight that immediately rooted him to the spot. His trusted professor, engaged in what appeared to be an intense conversation with his daughter Ella in the living room. The discussion was hushed but intense, and Daniel's sharp eyesight caught the fleeting expressions on their faces, revealing a web of secrets hidden behind ordinary words. The lingering suspicion gnawed at him, leaving an uneasy sensation that something was amiss. In the wake of this discovery, Daniel's daughter, Ella, quickly reached out to offer her apologies. She assured him that the incident would be compensated for later, but today she had something urgent to attend. She needed to visit the hospital. Her tone was calm yet urgent, underscoring the gravity of the situation. As she spoke, a strange movement caught Daniel's eye. Her legs seemed to lift subtly, almost involuntarily, causing her to stumble. Her quick reflexes prevented her from falling. But that sudden, unintentional motion told Daniel more than words ever could. Concerned, Ella decided to handle a small dilemma, carefully resolving the issue with quiet efficiency before retreating to her room. Once alone, Ella pulled out her phone and, with deliberate effort, reserved a ticket for Daniel, an act that reflected her hope that he might reconsider his previous stance and now join her on the upcoming journey. She believed that perhaps he would no longer need to stay behind, especially after recent developments. Moments later, a notification appeared on her computer screen, an update from the university, informing her that the teacher scheduled for the following day had been replaced. Ella's eyes flickered with irritation. She was annoyed because the situation regarding the class hadn't been fully resolved yet. The replacement teacher was already en route, yet her concerns remained unresolved, adding a layer of complexity to her plans. Simultaneously, the father was outside, walking his dog along a narrow alley bathed in the ghostly glow of streetlights. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He brushed it off, but Ella, meanwhile, donned her glasses and approached her computer again. She whispered to herself softly, promising that once everything was over, she would make it up to him. She would compensate him for all the sacrifices. Approaching the screen, she confirmed that her reservation for Daniel had been successfully made. Moments later, another message flickered on her monitor. The university had canceled classes for the next day altogether. All these strange transmissions left their young man, Daniel, feeling increasingly bewildered. He glanced at Ella, whose face was lit with an almost radiant glow, as if she held a secret too big to share. The following day dawned clear and bright, and Ella announced that it was time for them to leave town. She was eager to find a special temple she had heard of, tucked away in some distant part of the city. Daniel, pragmatic as always, responded calmly that they needed first to arrive at their destination and only then worry about what lay ahead. His own thoughts drifted as they traveled. On the train, he couldn't help but think how stunning Ella looked, so beautiful that she might have been the heroine of some romantic story. In a scene that seemed right out of a tale, he imagined that many young men would approach her, vying for her attention. Yet, somehow, he found himself feeling that all these usual concerns, rivalry, competition, faded away. Instead, he was sleepily watching the landscape blur past the window, the gentle rhythm of the train lulling him into a peaceful state. Ella, equally tired, drifted into sleep and rested her head on his shoulder, making him blush unexpectedly. The intimacy was subtle but profound, hinting at a deepening connection between them. Time moved on, and the train approached its destination. The collective excitement grew as local announcements crackled over the station's loudspeakers, signaling their imminent arrival. Ella awoke, her eyes fluttering open, though she was still drowsy. She was caught in a moment of relaxed innocence, her mouth slightly agape, a gentle drool visible at the corner of her lips. They stepped off into the city's bustling streets, where the pair's plans to find a place to stay commenced. She looked around, eager to locate the legendary temple she'd read about, and asked a nearby hotel receptionist about it. The receptionist, unfamiliar with such a place, shook her head politely and confessed she had no knowledge of any temple in that area. Listening intently, Ella overheard a conversation among passing pedestrians. A young woman with striking purple hair, her voice carrying over the noise. The girl, clearly intrigued, quickly called someone with a sense of urgency, informing them that a group of people was searching for the elusive temple. Nearby, a man with a thick mustache, apparently an older local, was asked about the temple's whereabouts. He paused, scrutinizing Ella and Daniel carefully. When asked about the strength of these seekers, the girl with purple hair remarked that the woman leading the search appeared powerful, but the accompanying man seemed mundane, ordinary in every regard. Yet, what struck Ella was that the girl kept addressing the man as Sir, indicating a certain respect or hierarchy often found in traditional or formal settings. The cautious man advised Ella and Daniel to stay alert, warning them to be careful, as it had been many decades, more than 60, since anyone had seen the owner of that mysterious place. Their wandering through the city now seemed lost and aimless, yet Ella clung to a firm belief. She told Daniel she was sure that the temple was nearby, recalling that her own mother, when pregnant with her, had used her psychic abilities inherited from her father to create mental images of that region. Ella explained that her mother could project these visions through her mind and observe distant places from afar. Daniel, listening to her, couldn't help but wonder whether she was beginning to lose her grip on reality. But he said nothing, just observing her with curiosity. He asked anxiously about any new information concerning the man from the north, someone they had been tracking. Ella assured him that she had sent out new messages in their communication groups, but nothing concrete had emerged. Daniel admitted that he couldn't send help to anyone from where he was, both physically and perhaps emotionally. Yet Ella reassured him that they would manage. She believed they could handle the situation together, relying on their combined resolve and resourcefulness. She added that if their skills would suffice, she intended to continue assisting him through the ordeal. Their investigation eventually led them to a man with a long-standing connection to the area, a relative who was well-versed in the local history. The old man, who had once been a friend of Ella's grandfather, knew the region intimately. When asked about the location of the legendary temple, he paused thoughtfully, considering their question. His face appeared contemplative, reflecting the weight of knowledge accumulated over years. From his words, they gathered that the temple was located in a place with a long-standing significance, perhaps hidden away from the eyes of most. As they delved deeper into their quest, their journey through the city became more than just a search for an ancient site. It transformed into a pursuit of understanding, a quest to grasp the truths that had been buried beneath layers of history, myth, and legend. Ella's psychic memories and her vivid projections served as both guides and mysteries she struggled to fully comprehend herself. Meanwhile, Daniel, caught between skepticism and trust, found himself drawn deeper into her world, a realm where reality and imagination intertwined, creating a tapestry of secrets waiting to be unraveled. Through bustling streets and quiet alleyways, they moved forward, each step bringing them closer to answers that could reshape their understanding of the past, the present, and perhaps even the future. The quest for the temple was no longer merely about finding an ancient structure. It had become a journey towards self-discovery, a test of their courage, and a testament to the mysterious power that connected them. And so, amid the shifting shadows and flickering hopes, they pressed on, side by side, determined to uncover the truth hidden beneath the city's age-old facade, ready to face whatever mysteries awaited at journey's end. In the quiet darkness of night, a mysterious journey unfurled beneath the moon's pale glow. A young woman, known for her gentle demeanor and subtle grace, had come into possession of an ancient, delicate feather pen, its surface shimmering softly like a whisper of history. Her curiosity was piqued by tales of a hidden temple, long forgotten by most, resting deep within a small forest that lay just beyond the outskirts of town. She inquired earnestly whether the others knew its exact location, her voice carrying a hint of anticipation. An older man, eyes clouded yet sharp with experience, directed her towards the east, where a modest woodland stretched out in silent promise. From within this thicket, they would come upon a cemetery, an overgrown realm of forgotten souls, nestled close enough to guide her to the elusive temple itself. The journey, he explained, began with following a narrow trail into the shadows of the trees, where remnants of the past lingered beneath layers of moss and thyme. Curious about the reason behind the temple's peculiar placement, she pressed for details. The man hesitated for a moment before revealing that the temple's origins traced back roughly 60 years, a time when everything in the area had been forcibly demolished. He elaborated that the destruction had been sudden, abrupt, erasing centuries of sacred history and leaving behind only rumors and layered echoes. The temple had stood amidst a sacred cemetery, added weight to the mysterious aura surrounding it. Interestingly, he noted, the land was private property, which made the temple's existence even more perplexing. She frowned, doubting the story, suggesting it was illogical for a sacred monument to be hidden within a private cemetery. The man smiled knowingly and acknowledged her intelligence but explained further. An outsider, not connected to the local roots, had once approached with a generous offer for the land, a high price that seemed too good to refuse. After the purchase, the outsider had vanished without a trace, leaving the new owner to believe that perhaps the foreigner who had shown such interest had died mysteriously, prompting him to sell the property to someone else. The subsequent new owner, unfazed, had chosen to demolish what remained, clearing the site entirely. As the story unfolded, the woman asked whether all members of the family associated with the original temple had perished, to which the man confirmed that, indeed, the entire family line had been wiped out, except for a few survivors who had moved away or vanished over the years. She remarked that such tragedies were inevitable, considering what the temple represented. They were places of connection to multiple spirits, and any disturbance or destruction could invite curses or misfortune. Her words, tinged with a mixture of skepticism and superstition, prompted the older man to gently admonish her to awaken from such beliefs and not be seduced by myths and fears. That night, as the clock struck 11, she received a call. Her companion questioned the tardiness of their planned visit to the temple. She responded calmly, explaining that spirits were easier to encounter in the dead of night, and that she would protect him from any harm, even if they stood before a weathered gravestone. She described how the temple had once stood in that very spot, now obscured by years of neglect. Their plan was to approach cautiously, adopting formation to avoid provoking any restless spirits. With a small, enchanted case in hand, one emanating a subtle golden glow, she opened it and began spreading some mysterious substance that shimmered as it spread across her palms and into the air. Meanwhile, their companion, exhausted and drowsy, found himself questioning why they were playing the role of ghost hunters at such an hour. The surreal silence of the cemetery seemed to whisper secrets of ages past, as he wondered what strange forces compelled them to undertake this nightly quest. Suddenly, as she moved gracefully around the graveyard, the young woman started to dance, her movements delicate yet mesmerizing. Her partner watched in admiration, charmed by her elegant performance, which stood out as a truly unique display of such a quiet, almost ritualistic activity. Seeing her dance, he thought it might be worthwhile to capture a photograph to preserve this rare moment. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his phone but accidentally dropped it onto the grass, where it clattered softly onto the dew-covered blades. As he looked down, he noticed her continuing her dance, a fluid, almost hypnotic motion, as she moved in harmony with the surrounding landscape. Suddenly, he saw two faint spirits, shimmering translucent forms, swirling around her. It was strange because their previous encounters suggested only a single spirit had ever been sealed within the cemetery by her father's protective magic. Yet now, two apparitions seemed to hover just beyond her dance, their presence palpable and unsettling. Without warning, the spirits launched themselves directly at her, and she swiftly activated her collection of talismans, which sparkled with protective energy. The talismans flew through the air, casting a cascade of shimmering light as she engaged in a fierce resistance, confident in her ability to keep them at bay. She relied on her skills, trusting her talismanic arsenal to weaken the spirits. But to her surprise, the entities showed resilience, resisting her initial assault. She then summoned a special technique known as the Island of the Butterfly, a mystic move that she believed would weaken and ultimately banish the spirits entirely. As the spirits fell to the ground defeated, she believed her task was nearly complete. She knew all she needed was to finalize the seal to prevent them from returning. Yet, just as this thought crossed her mind, one of the spirits suddenly bolted toward the protagonist, seemingly aiming to attack him directly. Concerned, she urgently called out to her partner, warning him to be cautious. In the same moment, the spirit lunged through the air toward him, their forms glowing with ominous energy. He was momentarily distracted, absorbed in examining the exotic plant that the master healer had shared in their group chat. A rare dragon plant believed to hold powerful medicinal properties. His curiosity was piqued by its strange appearance. A vibrant leaf with intricate markings, pulsing with a faint golden hue. Knowing how unpredictable and dangerous such items could be, he instinctively wanted to hide the plant, fearing she might consider using it without understanding its true power. With a quick motion, he tore the plant from the ground, clutching it anxiously. No sooner had he done so than a surge of golden energy erupted from beneath the soil, causing the surrounding area to crack and shimmer with an otherworldly light. Despite the tumult, everything appeared normal to him, and he looked around, bewildered, asking aloud what had just transpired. The young woman, witnessing the chaos from a distance, was deeply impressed by the scene. From her perspective, it seemed as though neither of the two spirits could effectively threaten or harm him. Her confidence grew as she observed that he had executed a clever plan. He had managed to snatch the dragon plant just before it could be destroyed by the spirits. In this moment, she realized that his quick thinking and calm execution had saved them all from imminent danger. The spirits, though resilient, seemed unable to withstand his resolve. Their efforts to reinstate the seal had been temporarily thwarted, and the unfolding chaos highlighted the dangerous, unpredictable nature of these nocturnal encounters. It became clear that, with his resourcefulness and her protective talismans combined, they possessed a powerful synergy capable of confronting even the most stubborn spirits lurking within the shadows of the cemetery. As dawn approached, the remaining spirits dissipated, retreating into the ether from which they had emerged. The night's events left both of them with a renewed sense of purpose and respect for the mystical forces at play. She realized the importance of understanding the true nature of the spiritual realm, while he understood the value of quick reflexes and decisive action when faced with the unknown. Together, they had navigated a perilous night, uncovering secrets buried beneath layers of time and myth, intent on protecting what was sacred and unraveling the mysteries that still haunted the silent graves. As the young student finally grasped the significance of his perceived weakness, he now viewed it through a different lens, perceiving it as an area ripe for growth and mastery. He felt a renewed eagerness to learn more from the senior figure, whose wisdom and experience seemed invaluable. Yet, beneath his enthusiasm, he was cautious not to reveal any sign of vulnerability, fearing that such an admission might undermine his confidence or give others room to doubt his resolve. Determined to conceal his insecurities, he reached into his pocket and released 2 seals to the spirits, watching as they closed with an almost imperceptible shimmer, their forms shimmering amidst swirling energies. Around him, delicate butterflies fluttered in a mesmerizing dance, their colorful wings shimmering in the air, creating an enchanting spectacle. As he observed these butterflies, he wondered silently whether the spirits were truly sentient beings or merely manifestations of his own power, conjured by forces beyond understanding. In that moment of reflection, he turned to the spirit realm and expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that without his guidance, the spirits might have escaped into the unknown. The young girl beside him paused and then softly commented that their escape had been a close call, to which he responded with a quiet chuckle, a hint of relief slipping into his tone. She, sensing his guarded nature, offered him one of the luminous spirits she had summoned earlier, the delicate creature shimmering with an ethereal glow. However, he declined politely, explaining that the spirit was of great value, a precious entity that he preferred to keep close for the time being. She, insistent that he deserved to retain a token of their shared journey, urged him to accept it, emphasizing that their recent trials had bonded them and that he should not disregard their mutual trust. Seeing her earnest expression and knowing that he had no intention of refusing, he finally nodded in agreement, reasoning that since the spirit was sealed and contained, it posed no immediate threat or inconvenience. With that, they returned to their surroundings, the scene shifting to a distant observer, a man who had been watching their exchange from the shadows. He reflected that it was fortunate he hadn't intervened. After all, the young man's strength surpassed his expectations, revealing itself in subtle yet undeniable ways. Still, concern lingered in his mind, For now he would have to devise a plan to recover the spirits that had been lost or intentionally left behind amid these unpredictable events. Unbeknownst to him, another figure observed these proceedings silently from a lofty tree, reporting to someone beyond his vantage point that the sealing of the spirits had been successful. Yet, curiosity gnawed at his mind. He was eager to learn more about this mysterious Sun Chang'an and the young man they were pursuing. Who were they, and what secrets did they hold? The following day dawned, and it was time for our young hero, known as the Gentle Feather, to return home. As he prepared to leave, he asked the girl whether she felt comfortable making the journey, to which she replied affirmatively, noting that reaching the airport was straightforward. Filled with a sense of gratitude, she approached him and requested directions, stating that she wished to send the boxes filled with rare ingredients as a token of appreciation for his help. He nodded and indicated the way, then handed her a slip of paper inscribed with his contact number, in case she needed to reach him later. Watching her walk away, he pondered for a moment, feeling as though this wild adventure was finally coming to an end, though he had no idea that the situation was about to take a far more serious turn. What he did not realize was that the ordeal was far from over. Soon, a new complication would surface, threatening to deepen the mystery and test his resolve even further. Later that day, as he navigated the familiar corridors of his school, a figure appeared at the door, an individual calling out to him by name, revealing himself to be a man with a broad smile and a thick beard. The young man, confused by the sudden intrusion, asked aloud what he wanted. The stranger grinned widely and announced that there were 2 significant deliveries awaiting his signature. The first an official shipment designated as Delivery B, which required his approval before it could be accepted. The young student hesitated, puzzled by this unexpected development. But when the man mentioned the sender's name, the young man's eyes widened with recognition, and he asked hurriedly where the packages were located. The man pointed toward the entrance, indicating that the boxes were waiting just outside, guarded by a team of security personnel. The young man, now more curious than ever, scrolled through his mind, trying to recall whose name might correspond to such an unannounced delivery. As he moved down the corridor with tentative steps, he couldn't help but notice the unusual scene before him. 2 towering crates, each as high as a man, surrounded by 4 stern-looking bodyguards dressed in dark suits, their expressions tense and watchful. Embarrassment flickered across his face as he asked whether such a scene was considered normal in his experience. The delivery man shrugged nonchalantly, replying that it merely depended on who the sender was, which explained the extent of security and the presence of the imposing containers. To the young man, the entire spectacle seemed strange, almost surreal. These giant boxes, the armed guards, the meticulous way they held their positions, all hinting at secrets concealed within. As he pondered this peculiar scene, he wondered aloud whether such grand entrances were common or had some deeper significance. The delivery man explained that it was simply a matter of paying extra fees, indicating that wealth or importance dictated the level of security and presentation. This casual remark only deepened the young man's curiosity, prompting him to question what could possibly be inside those enormous boxes. Whatever lurked within, it was clearly something valuable or dangerous, judging by the elaborate precautions. The man's relaxed attitude contrasted sharply with his own growing unease. Yet he knew that whatever was inside the crates, it was meant for him, whether he was ready or not. The unfolding events suggested that his journey into this mysterious world had only just begun, and that the true depth of its complexity was yet to be revealed. In the dim light of his modest room, he carefully examined the document before him, eyes scanning the elegant handwriting. It confirmed what he had suspected, that the message had indeed been dispatched with a gentle, almost caressing touch, written in a soft, flowing script. Satisfied that the sender was genuine, he watched as the figures wrapped up their discussion and prepared to leave, their movements deliberate and silent. As they gathered their belongings, he observed how they opened the cases, revealing a collection of meticulously preserved herbs and ingredients, each carefully arranged within their confined spaces. Intrigued, he noted in his mind that these items must be the essential components for the recipe the group was intent on creating. A concoction shrouded in mystery and promise. His gaze lingered on the assortment of herbs, plants vibrant and seemingly untouched by time, and wondered whether they truly possessed the legendary properties described in old tales. Could they genuinely bolster bones and strengthen muscles, as ancient stories claimed? The question gnawed at him, fueling a quiet curiosity. Were these herbs powerful enough to produce such extraordinary effects? Without hesitation, he gathered all of the ingredients and carried them back to his small chamber, where the shadows played across the walls. He recalled that a proper oven would be indispensable for his experiment, yet such an appliance was evidently out of reach. The idea of baking or cooking the herbs in a traditional oven seemed impossible in his current setting. Frustration flickered briefly. He knew he would have to improvise. His eyes darted around, seeking an alternative. An ordinary frying pan caught his attention, simple, humble, yet seemingly inadequate for his needs. He felt skeptical about its effectiveness, but considering all the available options, it was perhaps his only chance. Convinced that he could make do, he organized the herbs and prepared to follow the recipe. The instructions had been clearly written down by the mysterious sender. Every step, carefully noted in a neat handwriting. He only needed to adhere faithfully to each detail, trusting that this strange formula might unlock some hidden power. Some parts of the process appeared confusing, behind ambiguous instructions and peculiar measurements, but he resolved not to bother the group of eccentrics with questions. Better to keep his distance from their unorthodox methods and focus on understanding the procedure himself. He considered using the portable electric stove he had, hoping it would be enough to handle the task. Though he worried about the allure of simplicity, smoke rising from the pan as if he were cooking pasta, he was aware that the recipe warned about careful temperature control. Nevertheless, the makeshift setup did not seem particularly threatening, especially since all the ingredients were supposed to be stable at moderate heat. The one anomaly was a particular broth-like liquid he was to prepare, which appeared to be a true herbal infusion. He added a few more herbs, an attempt to test whether these ingredients could prove the existence of the powers whispered about in legends. What he ended up with was just a seemingly ordinary soup, nothing extraordinary at first glance. Yet, he sensed that this small act of concoction might hold the key to unlocking something greater. Suddenly, the collar he wore around his neck, a mysterious artifact hinted at in the instructions, began to react subtly. He watched in fascination as some of the reactions described in the text started to manifest, an indication that the herbs and process might be working, at least in part. Realizing that certain substances, like the dew-imbued herb, needed higher temperatures to activate their full potential, he increased the heat. As he did so, the liquid started to simmer and dissolve, changing its nature before his eyes. He carefully followed the rest of the steps, considering various methods to refine the process, more attentive now to understanding rather than merely replicating. His focus sharpened as he reached the 41st ingredient, the mixture nearing completion. The moment he mixed it in, dense black smoke billowed upward, filling the cramped space with a suffocating atmosphere. In an instant, he noticed that nearly half of the liquid's volume had vanished, absorbed or evaporated into the air, and a terrible, acrid smell filled his nostrils. Memories of warnings surfaced in his mind. The man from the north and Pluma Suave had both spoken of failures, of recipes gone wrong. They had emphasized the importance of precision and cautioned that rushing could lead to disastrous results. He knew his friends would be returning in roughly 2 hours, possibly to check on his progress or to continue their own work. Deciding to maximize this precious window of time, he pressed on, meticulously adding the remaining ingredients to the mixture. He was determined to practice as much as possible, to refine his technique before their arrival. Several mistakes crept into his attempts, mistakes that seemed odd, even inexplicable. At one stage, the medicines he prepared behaved strangely, as if they refused to blend harmoniously, instead separating into their constituent parts. Trying to fix this, he increased the pressure in the pan, causing the mixture to emit a sharp whistling sound and then suddenly explode. The room was once again flooded with that horrific stench, as if every foul scent imaginable had converged into one noxious cloud. Covering his nose and mouth, he opened the window, coughing and waving away the overwhelming fumes. Despite the chaos, He peeked under the lid and saw what appeared to be the correct outcome. A thick, dark, viscous liquid that lacked a pleasant aroma but seemed to match the description precisely. His hands trembled slightly as he collected the mixture, ready to test whether it could actually serve its intended purpose. Carefully, he brought a spoonful to his lips, prepared to taste it, believing it to be merely a black sesame paste adulting as a potion of sorts. His mind fluttered between hope and caution, aware that even the smallest mistake could lead to unforeseen consequences. With a deep breath, he engaged in the delicate act of tasting, and waiting, wondering if this bizarre, experimental brew would reveal its true nature or betray him with some unseen danger lurking within. Once upon a time, within the vast realm of imagination and curious experimentation, there was a young man on a quest for transformation. He had long heard whispers about mysterious substances that could unlock hidden potentials within the human body, allowing individuals to surpass their limits and tap into extraordinary energies. Driven by a mixture of skepticism and hope, he decided to test one such concoction. He carefully prepared a blend, noting that the mixture's aroma was pungent and intense, almost like a fiery pepper that had been ground to a fine powder. As he took a hesitant sip, he immediately felt a scorching sensation scorch his throat, a searing heat that made him gasp for air and reach instinctively for his phone to summon emergency aid. Yet, just as he was about to dial, a strange wave washed over him, and he realized that he was experiencing something entirely different than pain. A surge of vitality coursed through his veins. This energy seemed to permeate his entire being, like a gentle but unstoppable flood of renewed strength. It was as if the impurities and stagnation lingering within him were being expelled, replaced by a vibrant life force. His senses sharpened, and he could feel his body responding to this strange internal fire. Meanwhile, a pair of young women nearby, sitting beside a sunlit window, were captivated by a handsome man passing by. He was so daring that he unbuttoned his shirt right there, revealing a form that was undeniably admirable. A perfect 10 out of 10 in their eyes. The women watched in awe, their admiration evident as they whispered about his incredible physique, utterly entranced by his confident stride. Amidst this scene, the young man whose experiment had just begun was preoccupied with a peculiar, sticky substance that coated his skin and clothes. He questioned what it could be, pondering whether it was merely sweat or something more significant. Slowly, it dawned on him that perhaps the impurities he had felt were leaving his body through his sweat, carried away by this strange substance. Brushing aside his curiosity, he turned to observe his own reflection and was amazed to see a sculpted abdomen emerge, the contours sharper than before. His neck pain, once intense from excessive strain and perhaps from overexertion, had vanished entirely, and what surprised him most was his vision. Colors appeared more vivid, details clearer, as if he had just unlocked a new perception of the world. Looking around, he focused on a distant trash bin and noticed a fly crawling across its surface with startling clarity, almost as if his eye had developed a new lens. His skin now looked remarkably healthy, vibrant and flawless, radiating cleanliness and vitality. The transformation was so profound that he struggled to convey this experience to his friends, who might dismiss his words as the result of some secret cream or magic potion. Yet, deep inside, he suspected that perhaps the group of eccentric individuals who had introduced him to this substance was onto something genuine. Maybe they were right about the possibility of unlocking extraordinary abilities through unconventional means. This revelation, however, left him in a state of confusion. He did not know whether to ignore what he had discovered and continue living as an ordinary person or to embrace these new powers despite the risks involved. Deep down, he realized that a life filled with uncertainties and dangers might be more exhilarating than a monotonous existence. Life, after all, was meant to be experienced fully, even if it meant walking on the edge of danger. The choice seemed clear. He decided that the potential rewards made it worthwhile to pursue this path. For the very first time, he felt compelled to share his newfound confidence within his close-knit group known as the 9 Provinces. It was a circle of friends, young men and women alike, each pursuing their own dreams and secrets. Among them was a young man burdened by an overwhelming stack of books, overwhelmed by academic pressures and life's complexities. Despite his stress, he sent a greeting to his friends, El Sol, La Pluma Suave, and Rio del Norte. These companions, each with their unique personalities, did not recognize him immediately. One of them, a carefree fellow surrounded by a gaggle of geese, wondered whether the young man had truly uncovered some hidden truth. Meanwhile, La Pluma Suave, a friend known for her delicate touch and insightful nature, was grateful to receive ingredients from another member of the group, a gesture that signaled trust and camaraderie. Once the ingredients were exchanged, it was revealed that the young man's entry into this circle was actually an unintended mistake, orchestrated by a mysterious figure associated with the Yellow Mountain, an enigmatic entity rumored to possess powerful artifacts. The stranger, astonished that the young man had succeeded where many others had failed, questioned why he chose to introduce himself now, especially if something unusual had happened. The young man explained that he had received the ingredients from La Pluma Suave, which enabled him to craft a potent potion. This concoction had dramatically increased his strength, allowing him to perform feats he previously thought impossible. The stranger from Rio del Norte was visibly impressed, marveling that he had succeeded on his very first try. It was rare, indeed, for someone to achieve success so swiftly, especially considering that he himself had often failed countless times. His doubt lingered. Perhaps luck was on this young man's side, or maybe destiny was subtly guiding him. The stranger admitted that he wasn't entirely sure the potion would work, but he acknowledged that the young man's body now seemed vastly more resilient. Curious about the process, he asked how many sacred furnaces had been employed and how long it took for the potion to manifest its effects. The young man answered that he used an ordinary electric stove, just a common household appliance, and that he had only tried once. Though the others could hardly believe what they heard, doubts persisted. Rio del Norte, skeptical, expressed disbelief, emphasizing that it was practically impossible to succeed with such an endeavor on the first attempt, especially when he himself had failed repeatedly, even dozens of times. He inquired whether this electric stove was some new kind of pill-refining device or an advanced alchemical tool. La Pluma Suave, attentive and curious as ever, asked questions about the stove's specifics, wondering whether it was a novel piece of equipment or just an ordinary home appliance. The conversation flowed, filled with astonishment and curiosity, as they began to realize that perhaps the power of knowledge, luck, and destiny had converged in this young man's experience. As the story continued to unfold, the young man found himself amid discussions about potential applications of this newfound strength. He wondered whether he should keep this secret or share it with others. There was also an underlying question. Was this truly a divine gift, a secret of the universe, or merely the result of a fortunate accident? The group's atmosphere was thick with excitement and uncertainty, each member contemplating their place in this new revelation. The possibility that traditional tools and simple household appliances could become catalysts for extraordinary breakthroughs opened doors to a future where the boundaries between science, magic, and destiny blurred. In the days that followed, the young man experimented further, refining his techniques and understanding the true nature of his newfound power. He learned to channel the energy coursing through him, using it to perform feats that previously seemed impossible. His confidence grew with each passing moment, yet he remained cautious, aware that such power could attract both admiration and danger. The group encouraged one another, sharing insights, fears, and hopes for what might lie ahead. Ultimately, this journey was about more than just physical strength or mystical serums. It was about discovering one's inner resilience, embracing the unknown, and daring to challenge the limits imposed by society and self-doubt. The young man's story became a testament to the unpredictable nature of life, where even the simplest of tools, when combined with determination and a dash of luck, could unlock profound transformations. Each step forward brought him closer to understanding that life's true magic lay not in secret formulas or elaborate rituals, but within the willingness to explore beyond the familiar, to face the risks and uncertainties with courage and curiosity. In that moment, standing amidst friends and the potential of endless adventures, he realized that the real strength came not just from the potion, but from the unwavering belief in oneself and the willingness to take that first daring step into the unknown. And so, With spirit renewed and heart open to possibility, he prepared to walk the path ahead, confident that whatever challenges awaited would be met with resilience, ingenuity, and hope. In a quiet corner of a bustling online gathering, a young alchemist found himself embroiled in a curious discussion about a rather ordinary-looking cauldron. Surprisingly, amidst the spirited debates that often filled such virtual spaces, no one could quite understand why this particular vessel was considered legendary. The young man, in response to curiosity, explained meekly that it was merely a standard soup pot. Yet, the composition of the group's members, each with their own ambitions and secrets, quickly turned this simple revelation into a matter of intense interest. The leader of the group, a fiery individual from the Northern River region, erupted in frustration, demanding to know whether he might curse the gathering for such a trivial remark. After a moment's reflection, and to the astonishment of others, he decided to channel his anger into a more productive outlet. He tagged the Master of Medicine, a wise and seasoned figure, in the chat, seeking insights into a mysterious process and how certain results had been achieved. Meanwhile, the young alchemist was typing away, meticulously describing the steps he had taken. His explanation centered on the various phases of his experiment, detailing how each component was added and manipulated. The Master of Alchemy, attentively reading over his words, kept questioning the logic behind each step. To his imagination, the young man seemed like a genius swordsman who, contrary to expectation, preferred handling household items over combat. As the story unfolded, the young alchemist explained how, upon reaching step 41, he observed that the water inside the vessel began to evaporate rapidly. This was a critical juncture where many previous attempts failed. However, he had added more water beforehand, a simple yet clever adjustment that prevented this loss. His fellow group members found this idea noteworthy, for no one else had considered such an approach. It was a testament to the young man's ingenuity, an insight born purely out of intuition and keen observation. The Master of Medicine, after thoroughly considering all of the young alchemist's plans, declared that he would experiment with these methods himself and report back on the results. Meanwhile, the young man from the Northern River warned him gently that the path he wished to pursue was fraught with danger. He chose to remain silent, perhaps aware that his recent tendencies, such as mockingly laughing at monkeys, had made him somewhat cautious. The conversation then shifted to the matter of joining a sect versus walking a solitary path. The young alchemist's assistant, Soft Plum, offered his perspective, explaining that joining a sect often meant being sent hither and thither under orders, whereas independence could cultivate a freer, albeit more challenging, lifestyle. The Northern River man elaborated that true freedom simply meant doing whatever one wished, but acknowledged that it was a harder journey. Conversely, joining a sect could provide support, instruction, and resources, which appealed less to the young man, as it would require abandoning his home and familiarity. He asked how cultivators who chose the free life managed to grow stronger. Soft Plum explained that these cultivators often relied on assistance from their peers, receiving rewards in exchange for their efforts. Hearing this, the young alchemist was instantly excited, recognizing that this was the ideal path for him, a way to forge his own way forward, independent but supported by a community. Filled with newfound confidence, he declared in the group chat his decision to become a free cultivator, and the Northern River man promised to lend his help. This news filled the young man with anticipation. He knew that the master, who had already been assisting him, would provide many of the fundamental techniques and supplies he needed to advance. Soft Plum agreed that sharing basic techniques would be perfect, especially since the young alchemist intended to revisit a particular city soon, not merely for cultivation but also to enjoy a brief period of leisure. The Master of Alchemy, eager for a chance to see the young man prepare his brews, expressed interest in witnessing a live demonstration of his process in exchange for some rare resources. The Northern River man, however, looked on with a hint of envy, having struggled long and hard to gather everything the young man was about to receive effortlessly. Watching the scene, it became clear that the master recognized the value of these resources and the effort behind compiling them, which only fueled his desire to support the young alchemist's journey. As plans solidified, the young man hesitated briefly, feeling a touch of discomfort at the thought of balancing his cultivation efforts with his daily obligations, including classes. Yet, he resolved that this time he would take a leap of faith, jumping ahead of potential challenges. He understood that he might face many trials, but in truth, he was already reaping a great deal of support, more than he had ever imagined. Inspired by this support, he questioned whether he could also share the results of his successful experiments, a potent liquid derived from his latest recipe, with others, possibly to aid them on their own paths or to demonstrate his progress. This openness marked a turning point. He recognized that collaboration and shared knowledge could serve as powerful tools on his journey toward mastery. In the days ahead, as he prepared to return to the city, he felt a mixture of excitement and resolve. His mind was alive with visions of new techniques, alliances, and adventures that awaited him. Every step was a conscious choice, each decision bringing him closer to his aspirations. The support he received empowered him, reinforcing his belief that even the most solitary path could be intertwined with genuine community. In the intricate web of cultivation, knowledge, and ambition, cooperation could be as potent as any secret skill. The young alchemist knew that challenges would come, and that setbacks were inevitable. Yet, he also realized that with the assistance of his mentors, the wisdom of the elders, and his own relentless curiosity, he would grow stronger each day. His journey was only beginning, and the road ahead promised both hardships and triumphs. Triumphs born from determination, support, and the unyielding desire to carve his own destiny amid the endless possibilities of cultivation and adventure. Through perseverance, ingenuity, and a willingness to learn, he was steadily forging a future where he could stand proudly among the masters, with his own skills, his own path, and his own story to tell. Within the bustling streets of a sprawling city, where life pulsed relentlessly and stories intertwined at every corner, there was a young man whose destiny was about to take an extraordinary turn. His name was Sun, a university student navigating the complexities of his early adulthood, unaware of the vast powers lying dormant within him. Among the myriad encounters that began to shape his journey, one stood out, a mysterious figure from the North River, whose presence seemed to carry an air of calm authority and an unspoken understanding of the supernatural. The man from the North River addressed Sun with a gentle but firm tone. His words carried weight, punctuated by a subtle emotion that flickered across his face, a mixture of admiration and concern. He confirmed that Sun had indeed experienced a formidable power, one that defied ordinary comprehension. His voice resonated with the intent to guide, to ensure that this newfound awakening was handled with care. The man explained essential rules for sharing such energy responsibly, emphasizing that uncontrolled release could lead to chaos. With a warm gaze, he inquired whether Sun had noticed any adverse reactions, whether there were any side effects accompanying his latent potential. Sun replied confidently that he had felt no harmful aftereffects. Sensing a moment of curiosity, the man asked about Sun's personal life, probing gently into his romantic experiences. Sun, taken aback by the question, responded honestly that he was a newcomer to university life, still settling into his routines and feelings. The man's inquiry delved deeper, questioning whether Sun had ever been involved with a romantic partner. The young man felt a flicker of embarrassment, recalling that he had yet to explore such relationships fully, emphasizing his quiet, solitary nature. Despite the perceived intrusion, the man from the North River continued his explanation of the delicate balance required when harnessing such power. He warned that consuming energy without sufficient internal strength could result in a dangerous explosion, an outburst impossible to contain. Fortunately, Sun had not expended his energy on anyone else, allowing him a better chance of control and survival. The gravity of this knowledge settled heavily on Sun's shoulders, making him realize the importance of discipline and restraint in his new journey. However, amidst these revelations, a whisper of doubt lingered. Sun's mind was suddenly flooded with an unsettling detail, the realization that he had been called a virgin within the chat group he belonged to. The words echoed mockingly through his thoughts, making him feel exposed and vulnerable. It was then that the immortal trigram master, an enigmatic authority in the ways of cultivation, intervened through the conversation, seeking clarification from the North River man about why he recommended the path of free cultivation for Sun, despite his youth. The man from the North River responded with a calm wisdom. Because Sun was still young, barely out of his teenage years, no traditional sect or cultivation organization would accept him, especially if he had only begun his practice after reaching the age of 18. These impenetrable barriers often deterred would-be cultivators from pursuing their goals. Yet, now that Sun had become a free cultivator, independent and unbound by sex, he could choose his own path of strength and mastery. This freedom bestowed upon him a unique opportunity to forge his own destiny, to grow stronger on his own terms, and to perhaps one day surpass the limitations imposed by traditional sections. Meanwhile, life on the outside continued its relentless march. Sun's phone buzzed with a message from a friend named Tubu, inviting him to a party, an event where the promise of fun and camaraderie beckoned. Deciding to step away from the dense, energy-laden world of cultivation for a while, Sun opted to walk. The streets were crowded with life, and he believed he was near the right location. As he crossed a narrow alley, a strange sense of relief washed over him. Those troublesome delinquents he had faced earlier seemed to have disappeared, their menace temporarily thwarted. Yet, just as he dismissed his worries, an urgent sight caught his eye, a commotion unfolding in a nearby alleyway. Sun's attention was fixed on a disturbing scene. A group of unruly youths surrounding a young girl, their intentions clearly malicious. The girl herself displayed distinctive, rainbow-colored hair, a stark contrast to her captor's dark intentions. It was immediately obvious that this was no ordinary ordeal. These delinquents, far too involved in their own world, were engaging in yet another instance of bullying and exploitation, necessitating swift action. Sun's instinct was to intervene, to prevent further harm. He stepped forward, prepared to confront the bullies, when suddenly, the lead of them, one of the stronger, more brazen thugs, caught him off guard. The bully, with an uncanny display of strength, seized Sun by the hair from behind, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere ragdoll. Sun immediately felt the absurdity of the situation, being so easily overpowered by a boy whose muscles seemed feeble in comparison. It was as if lifting a straw doll, fragile and unresisting. The other aggressors, noticing their comrade's victory, grabbed bats and advanced towards Sun. But Sun, now realizing the extent of his own latent strength, reacted instinctively. With remarkable agility and confidence, he threw one thug onto another, causing both to collapse into unconsciousness. The remaining bullies, startled and frightened by this display, quickly recoiled, grabbing their friends and running away into the shadows. Sun stood there for a moment, catching his breath, staring at the girls who had been targeted, a young girl whose face remained expressionless, seemingly ignoring the entire spectacle. He reached out a hand cautiously, asking if she was hurt. She turned to him, dismissive and cold, telling him to mind his own business, as she did not want to be late for some appointment or meeting. In that moment, Sun's thoughts drifted again. He wondered when his teacher, the so-called master of medicine, would arrive. His mind was divided between concern for the girl and anticipation of guidance, wishing for someone to help him understand the strange and powerful energies now awakening within him. No sooner had he pondered this than he was awakened by a rich, thunderous noise, an ominous echo that shook the very walls of his surroundings. From the smoke emerged a figure utterly bizarre in appearance. A man with pink, flamboyant curly hair, standing amidst the swirling haze. Sun's companion, startled, turned and asked what on earth that strange figure could be. The person called out to Sun, addressing him by name, revealing himself as the master of medicine himself, an elusive, perhaps eccentric figure with mysterious origins. The newcomer's presence exuded an aura of rarity and unpredictability, hinting that he was no ordinary practitioner or healer. As the smoke dispersed, the master explained that he had employed a locator device, a kind of energy tracker, to find Sun in this chaotic urban landscape. He activated his powers, revealing that he possessed a unique ability to detect and harness energies beyond normal perception. Throughout this encounter, the young man named Sun realized that his world was rapidly expanding beyond mundane reality into the realm of the extraordinary. Every interaction, the stoic guidance from the North River man, the aggressive rescue of the girl, the sudden appearance of this eccentric healer, formed a complex tapestry of events. Now, with powers that could be activated and controlled, his journey of cultivation and self-discovery was just beginning. Each moment brought new challenges, new lessons, and the undeniable truth that his life was intertwined with forces far greater than he had ever imagined. Forces that demanded courage, wisdom, and unwavering resolve to master. In a quiet, secluded corner of the mystical world where ancient secrets and untold powers intertwined, a young apprentice found himself pondering the peculiar circumstances that had recently unfolded. The day had begun with an unexpected visit from a figure shrouded in mystery, an individual who carried a vial of ancient essence, his presence as strange as it was unsettling. The youth hadn't anticipated that Vegeta himself, a legendary warrior known for his fierce pride and formidable strength, would come face to face with him in person. Yet, this visitor, with an air of calm determination, arrived soaring through the sky atop a shining sword, a sight that defied ordinary comprehension. Among the flurry of questions and curiosities, the young apprentice asked about the unusual makeup around the stranger's eyes, noting how the dark shadows made his gaze appear deeply sunken. The stranger, unfazed, explained that this was simply the result of sleepless nights. Several nights spent in restless vigil, exhausted but persistent in his pursuits. The boy found it hard to believe that such a composed and skillful individual from the shadowy corners of the chat forums could truly be a lunatic driven by eccentric obsession. Still, the stranger's calm demeanor masked a turbulent mind, hinting at secrets yet to be uncovered. They proceeded towards the apprentice's quarters, where the master, a wise and venerable figure, inquired whether refined pills were stored there. The master's voice carried a tone of cautious curiosity, and he then pressed further about the household utensils, questioning why a simple pot and water were being used in such a setting. The young apprentice, eager yet constrained by impending responsibilities, explained that he had lessons scheduled for the afternoon and couldn't afford to divert his focus for long. The stranger, however, with a calm assurance, dismissed the concern, asking instead who the instructor for that evening's lessons was. A strange, uneasy feeling crept into the apprentice's chest. They called it a sense of despair, an intuition that something was amiss. He wondered aloud whether the master might send the teacher to the hospital if things went awry. The master merely nodded, giving a quick thumbs up as if to say they shared the same apprehension. With an ominous hint, the stranger admitted that he might only break the teacher's leg if things turned truly chaotic, a reflection of their dangerous intentions lurking beneath their outward composure. Feeling that enough was enough, the young apprentice gently rebuked himself, recalling how he had already struck his previous instructor a harsh blow, a move born from frustration and desperation. The master, visibly slightly embarrassed by the young man's frankness, confessed he was well aware of the young one's cunning strategies, which now seemed even more dangerous. Then, with a subtle gesture, the master proposed creating a minor catastrophe, a distraction so convincing that the class would be cancelled altogether. The apprentice, ever pragmatic, agreed to seek permission for an absence, suggesting they find a different location where they could carry out their plans undisturbed. The memory of a peculiar plant, found during an earlier exploration, surfaced in the young apprentice's mind. He approached the master once more, asking if he still needed the specimen. The master nodded solemnly, confirming that he had discovered a few specimens of this rare flora. Yet the quality was utterly disappointing. The young apprentice, observing the situation thoughtfully, noted that he possessed one of these plants himself. The master, impressed by this coincidence, expressed surprise that he hadn't noticed the apprentice's presence earlier, especially since the plant seemed to have grown in an enchanted place, thriving unnoticed for over 6 decades, its existence almost forgotten by most. The master confirmed that he did indeed need the plant, but cautioned the young apprentice that its value was almost beyond measure. The 2 previous boxes of herbs and remedies, he explained, were a mere fraction of what this could fetch in advanced alchemical circles. The apprentice, unperturbed, declared that he was content with sharing his knowledge freely, asserting that if he hadn't done so, he would never have uncovered such a secret. The The master, nodding thoughtfully, agreed but warned that the plant was dangerously precious. If the young apprentice wanted to wield its power, he should do so with utmost care and skill, using it sparingly as a beginner. Yet, since the plant was now in his possession, and despite his embarrassment, he would need to bring back something far better, something that truly showcased his mastery and potential. The master then, with a spark of inspiration, directed the apprentice to seek out techniques that were rare and highly advanced, enlisting him to pursue mastery beyond the ordinary. Meanwhile, the silent monk, a figure of mysterious calmness, was summoned and tasked with acquiring new and more sophisticated martial arts methods, moves that only the most seasoned practitioners knew. From another corner of this intricate web of alliances and plots, the man from the northern river questioned the young, gentle scribe about whether he had been seduced by the mysterious visitor named Sun, whose intentions seemed shrouded in layers of intrigue and hidden agendas. The youthful scribe, hesitant, responded that he was simply helping out, though the questions lingered, and suspicion cast a shadow over all. At the same time, the Grand Master, an elder whose wisdom was revered, sent a simple, enigmatic smile and a sword in an unmistakable message. All was proceeding as intended, and no one should interfere. This silent assurance signaled that chaos was carefully orchestrated but under control. And with a final gesture, the master moved toward the window, opening it to the outside world. The young apprentice, puzzled, watched as the master outlined plans to send their location to an unseen recipient, an indication that soon, the impending arrival of important items or individuals was imminent. Curiosity still burned within the apprentice, and he asked whether the master himself would leave for the destination he had indicated. The master, with a mysterious calm, nodded in reply, suggesting that actions were already in motion and that everything was aligning according to a grand, unseen design. Meanwhile, the whispers of unseen forces and covert operations continued in the background, each figure playing their part in a complex game that spanned beyond mere deception. In this layered tapestry of schemes and secrets, everyone knew that the path ahead would be perilous but filled with opportunity. The master's plans, subtle and deliberate, set the stage for what was to come, an unfolding saga where power, knowledge, and cunning would intertwine. As the scene closed, the anticipation of imminent arrivals, hidden motives, and the relentless pursuit of mastery painted a picture of an intricate world teetering on the edge of chaos and enlightenment. A realm where all actions, no matter how small, carried weight beyond measure, and the lives of those involved moved in a silent dance orchestrated by forces older than time itself. In a quiet, unassuming street, a young man found himself wrapped in a web of mysterious circumstances and unexpected camaraderie. His journey, marked by encounters with enigmatic monks and peculiar practitioners, was rapidly unfolding into a complex tapestry of intrigue, ambition, and danger. He had become increasingly aware of the peculiarities surrounding the master and his apprentices, each step revealing layers of secrets that looked almost impossible to decipher. The master, a figure of calm authority, had once casually dismissed the idea of sending them flying through the air on a mystical sword, yet now they were already journeying toward their unknown destinations. This quick progression highlighted the confidence and efficiency with which the master operated, a man who understood both the sacred and the pragmatic with equal mastery. When asked about the purpose of their expedition, the master simply chuckled, hinting that it was time to put theory into practice, particularly in making a vital liquid that could be used for cultivating the body's inner energy. As they moved along the streets, the protagonist's curiosity grew. He inquired about their means of earning money, pondering whether their activities were lucrative or merely subsistence. The master, glancing thoughtfully, asked whether wealth was a concern, receiving an answer that they were, in fact, quite well off. He then pointed out Sun, suggesting that as soon as he learned to craft pills, his earnings would increase significantly too. It was as if the master had an intuitive sense for potential, recognizing the latent talent within his young apprentice. During their interactions, the master seemed to sense that something was amiss, his sharp eyes catching fleeting signs of awareness in Sun. When prompted about what was wrong, Sun merely brushed it off, claiming it was nothing. Nevertheless, an unspoken tension hung in the air. The young man noticed that whenever they ventured into the city, some individuals appeared to follow from a distance, their eyes lingering with suspicion and curiosity. One particular follower, almost caught in the act of observation, trembled visibly, adrenaline coursing through his body as he watched the eccentric monk. His presence almost supernatural in its strength and calm. The young man, both awestruck and slightly fearful, couldn't believe what he was witnessing. The monk's resilience and power seemed formidable, even in comparison to seasoned cultivators. Despite the danger, there was a resolve awakening within him, a desire to recover a lost, spiritual fragment known as the ghost spirit, with the hope that reclaiming this ethereal power might allow him to return home, stronger than before. Suddenly, the master halted in front of a modest house, nodding with satisfaction. It was a perfect place for their plans. Sun hesitated, mentioning he didn't have enough money to rent it, but the master dismissed his concern effortlessly. Without hesitation, he pressed the doorbell, prompting a man to open it. The man, cautious and somewhat wary, asked if they were delivering something. The master explained they were searching for a suitable residence, and he pointed out that the house suited their needs perfectly. The owner, revealing his preference for solitude, confessed he disliked living with others, which made the offered arrangement even more appealing for them. The master, persuasive and confident, then offered the owner a sum of money, an amount so generous that it couldn't be refused, and soon they had the keys in hand. Their move into the house was swift, and it was clear that the master's experience and negotiation skills had once again secured a favorable deal. With the house secured, the next step was to begin the crucial recipe. The master explained the process, heating water until it boiled, ensuring the potion's ingredients would blend properly over 5 minutes. The young man watched intently, his mind trying to follow the reasoning behind each step. He couldn't understand how the master arrived at such conclusions, especially since he'd never refined pills himself. Yet, he sensed that the master possessed an innate talent, perhaps born from years of experience and deep knowledge of mystical arts. As hours passed, they worked diligently, with the young man offering advice and warnings. Suddenly, disaster struck. An explosion erupted in the kitchen, filling the air with a terrible stench, thick smoke billowing upwards. Both hurried to see what had happened, and the master, ever calm, asked if the attempt had succeeded. Using some energy, he drew the substance from the boiling mixture into his body. When he examined it, he realized that the effect was only halfway there, perhaps 50% of the desired potency. Yet, in an unexpected way, this was a blessing in disguise. It meant the potion could serve as an excellent foundation for novice cultivators just beginning their journey into profound mystical arts. Curious about the practical applications, the young man asked if this potion could help him complete a certain formula. The master nodded affirmatively but also cautioned him that further study was necessary before mastering the craft entirely. Both agreed that Sun's assistance would be valuable for the upcoming days. The young man eagerly offered his help, grateful for the opportunity to learn and contribute. The master then inquired about the items that the monk had sent earlier, a matter still unresolved. The process would take a little more time, he said. Understanding the importance of privacy during this delicate phase, Sun mentioned that he would return to his quarters. But the master, ever thoughtful, handed him a key to the upstairs apartment, inviting him to stay there temporarily. Sun appreciated the gesture, recognizing that a space of his own was vital for focus and peace as he navigated this mystical path. Walking along the street afterward, he reflected on the solution that the master's generosity provided, feeling a sense of relief. Yet, beneath that calm surface, a familiar unease stirred. He recalled the girl he'd seen earlier, her circumstances still perilous, surrounded once more by dangerous individuals lurking in a nearby alley. A sense of protective instinct surged within him, compelling him to approach her once again, despite the risks. As he drew closer, she noticed his movement and instinctively grabbed the offender by the collar. The man, caught off guard and ready to fight, looked as if he was about to strike or shove her away, but the girl's firm grasp held him in place. This scene, charged with tension and instinct, reinforced the urgent need for justice. The young man, observing the chaotic mix of danger and courage, felt a renewed resolve. These criminals, these predators, desperately needed to be removed from society to face the consequences of their actions. His mind raced with thoughts of how best to help, how to protect those vulnerable, and how to confront the darkness that threatened to consume their world. Within this intricate dance of power, strategy, and morality, he understood that every choice could sway the fragile balance between chaos and order. The journey ahead would be long and fraught with peril, but he was determined to grasp the truth behind these shadows and emerge stronger, more enlightened. The path of cultivation, after all, was not just about mastering mystical arts but also about forging a moral shield, an unbreakable resolve to protect those who could not defend themselves and to bring justice to those who thrived in shadows. Certainly. Here's the deeply rephrased and elaborated version of the provided text, crafted into a coherent, detailed, and literary narrative in English. The story has been expanded to meet the approximate length of 50,000 to 60,000 characters, enriching descriptions, character motivations, and context while preserving all original meanings and events. In the shadows of a dimly lit alley, chaos erupted as a quick assault turned into a violent clash. She, with a fierce determination burning in her eyes, suddenly swung her head forward and delivered a powerful, unexpected blow to her attacker's mouth. The blow was so sudden and forceful that it staggered him, spilling blood and breaking his composure. The enraged thug, his face twisted with fury, exhorted that she would pay dearly for such a disrespectful act. But she refused to back down. Instead, she lunged her foot forward and kicked him with enough force to send him crashing down to the pavement. Frightened and stunned, he sprawled backward, momentarily defeated, as she pushed past him and launched herself away from the danger. Stars seemed to dance in her eyes as her adrenaline surged. Her mind was reeling, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of clarity now. It became glaringly evident why she had been so angry with him earlier. A misunderstanding that had now begun to unravel. She had acted out of instinct, defending herself fiercely, without regard for repercussions. Her gaze met his for a fleeting instant before she turned her back and disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind the chaos they had ignited. Meanwhile, just a few meters away, Momo, a young man with a restless spirit, stood in the doorway of what looked like a modest yet cluttered room. Inside, muffled voices echoed, lively and animated, each carrying stories and confessions that hinted at secrets and hidden feelings. He was listening intently, curiosity piqued, uncertain whether he should step further inside or stay hidden in the safety of the hallway. His heart beat a little faster as the whispers continued, revealing snippets of lives intertwined in unexpected ways. In that room, amidst the lively chatter, a boy named Fuyu was speaking. His voice, soft yet confident, was imbued with a charm that contrasted sharply with how he dressed, almost as if he was experimenting with a different persona. Fuyu's attire, more feminine than typical for boys his age, reflected an internal struggle or perhaps a deliberate choice to challenge conventions. He was recounting his recent escapades, mentioning a girl named Xiaoma with a gentle smile that lit up his face. His words carried a mixture of admiration and a hint of shyness, revealing only fragments of the complex feelings he harbored. Nearby, a boy with glasses, whose demeanor was more reserved, leaned in and listened closely. His voice, measured and thoughtful, expressed disbelief at what he was hearing. As Fuyu animatedly described outings and emotions, the glasses-clad boy couldn't help but burst into a fit of laughter, rolling on the floor as if overwhelmed by the intensity of his feelings. He admitted that he was both shy and happy, yet nervous about the idea of kissing someone in the morning, fearing that such an intimate experience might be overwhelming or unmanageable at this point in his life. His words revealed a vulnerability, a genuine uncertainty about forging deeper connections. The boy with glasses also confided that he lacked experience in matters of love and affection, suggesting that perhaps it was time for practice if he was to gain confidence. An audacious plan was proposed, to practice what might be called a silly or sloppy kiss, a step towards easing his nerves and discovering his own feelings. The others, especially a blonde-haired youth with a mischievous grin, teased him playfully, asserting that it was necessary to prepare for the challenge ahead. The blond boy, with a sparkle of teasing mischief in his eyes, declared that he was the only one capable of assisting in this crucial task. There was a joking proposal. Perhaps they should practice on each other, no matter how awkward or hilarious it might be. Suddenly, the scene erupted into chaos. Zugyu, one of the friends, jumped in with a dynamic enthusiasm, shouting that it was time to start the practice session. Without warning, the boy with glasses was pushed gently but insistently, causing him to stumble and then burst into tears, overwhelmed by the awkwardness and embarrassment. Outside the door, Sun, a curious observer, listened to the commotion. With a mixture of concern and curiosity, he wondered silently whether Momo's innocence or purity might be slipping away amid this tumultuous scene. The dilemma tore at him. Should he enter to help his friend or stay outside, hesitant and uncertain? As Sun hesitated, Fuyu suddenly flung open the door, liveliness radiating from him as he stepped forward. His eyes sparkled with energy as he faced Sun directly. His words carried warmth and a sense of camaraderie, as he introduced himself as a childhood friend of Momo, despite the uneasy feeling of unfamiliarity that clung to him. Sun, feeling somewhat awkward, acknowledged the introduction, mentioning that Fuyu was actually his roommate. This clarification sparked a new wave of questions, in particular, about recent unusual occurrences. Fuyu, curious and alert, asked if anyone had been asking about someone unfamiliar lately. He stumbled upon the possibility that someone might be tailing their teacher, a figure involved in secretive, perhaps dangerous dealings. Sun quietly realized that someone had possibly been following their mentor, the master of medicine, attempting to gather information or perhaps exert influence. He understood that this might involve surveillance or even infiltration, and a sense of foreboding grew within him. The need to investigate this shadowy threat became urgent. Their conversation was interrupted when the blond boy with glasses, still overwhelmed, declared that perhaps they had angered the wrong people, an ominous hint that their actions or even mere presence could have drawn unwanted attention. In the meantime, Sun looked down at his friend lying despondently on the floor, muttering about contamination or infection. The words hinted at feelings of despair and being compromised. His friend, however, quickly waved him off, claiming that everything was fine. Curiously, he hesitated to answer whether he was a girl or a boy, avoiding questions about his identity in a strange, uncharacteristic way. Sun, sensing the discomfort, simply told him to lie down and rest, unable to push further. While all this unfolded, Momo stood by the window, gazing out and contemplating the day's upcoming plans. He announced that they were going out. Certainly, a change of scenery and a break from their worries. He invited the others to a celebration, a festival or gathering, hoping that such an event might help them forget their troubles, even if only temporarily. His voice carried a mixture of hope and longing, seeking solace amid chaos. Soon, the master appeared, entering the scene with a calm but commanding presence. He announced that the much-anticipated delivery was imminent. Stepping to the window, he gestured toward the sky, pointing at the horizon. There, soaring through the air as if carried on invisible currents, was a sword, a legendary weapon, gleaming in the sunlight as it approached. Its flight was almost surreal, a symbol of power and mysticism intertwined with destiny. Sun, watching intently, remembered the manuals, training guides, or forgotten texts that were supposed to accompany such an artifact. He looked at the space where the master had indicated the manuals should be stored, but they seemed too small to contain comprehensive instructions. The master then reached into a concealed compartment below and pulled out an object, mounted on a small, discreet device. Sun's eyes widened with curiosity and suspicion. It was not the expected thick tome but a small, sleek USB drive, an advanced storage device capable of holding vast amounts of information in a tiny form. His mind instantly raced, realizing that this was no ordinary manual or guide. The possibilities were vast. A digital treasure trove of knowledge, perhaps encrypted, perhaps hidden in plain sight. This discovery marked the beginning of a new chapter, one filled with secrets, hidden truths, and dangerous revelations. The unfolding story promised intense adventures and mysteries that would test not only their skills, but their very understanding of the world they inhabited. This complex mosaic of events, conflicts, revelations, and newfound alliances set the stage for a journey that was anything but ordinary. Each character played a vital role in unraveling the layered web of intrigue and peril, all driven by the desire to protect what was precious and to uncover truths hidden beneath the surface of their seemingly simple lives. The echoes of that fateful day would ripple outward, shaping their destinies in ways they could scarcely imagine as they prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. In a quiet moment amid their rigorous training, Sun-se found himself contemplating the future of his practice and the journey he had embarked upon. The master, observing his disciple's focus, reassured him calmly that there was no need to worry about the fate of the equipment or tools they used. With a gentle nod, the master connected a small USB device to the computer, instructing Sun-se to inspect its contents. His eyes, filled with curiosity and discipline, scanned the screen where 2 folders appeared. These folders housed a series of files numbered from 1 to 18, an arrangement that, to anyone unfamiliar, seemed straightforward and unremarkable. Yet within these simple names lay the potential for profound understanding. Sun-se opened the folders one by one, revealing photographs of the monk practicing his techniques again and again. Each image depicted a different stance or movement, meticulously captured in static detail, allowing the observer to analyze and learn. Sun-se perceived everything as uncomplicated, almost deceptively so. The sequences looked like mere pictures, but their significance was far greater. The master, noticing his apprentice's ease, explained that the sequence's particular order was critical, yet the actual names assigned to them were unimportant. What mattered most was the flow, the progression from one technique to the next. He instructed Sun-se to imagine himself in combat, employing the 3rd technique in the sequence, the infamous PNG number 3. But the master emphasized that he should forget the titles and focus solely on the essence of the techniques. Initially, Sun-se needed to establish a solid foundation, understanding the core principles behind each move, before moving on to the internal practice phase. During this phase, he was to meditate deeply, allowing his energy to flow freely through his body, integrating what he learned on a deeper level. This internalization was vital to progressing through the cultivation levels, gradually reaching the first mortal stage, a significant milestone in the path of mastery. As he delved into the images, Sun-se suddenly found himself transported to a serene grassy field. Before him sat a large Buddha figure, engaged in intense practice. He was uncertain whether this vision stemmed from the master's teachings or the sender of the technical files, but he recognized that he needed to seize this moment. Recognizing an opportunity, he quickly returned to his room, where he relayed to his master that he had seen someone practicing. He questioned whether this was merely a figment of his imagination or an actual phenomenon. The master calmly explained that what he saw was a simple illusion, a common trap for practitioners at lower levels of cultivation. These illusions, he said, were like traps or mirages that could distract or mislead beginners. The master further revealed that certain practitioners could, with complete concentration, slip into a trance-like state where such illusions appeared vividly before them. In this heightened state of focus, Sun-se could, in a sense, perceive the illusion as if it were a real individual practicing before him. After repeatedly observing these images, Sun-se had memorized their details. Every stance, every breath, yet exhaustion set in. He voiced his fatigue to the master, who nodded knowingly, indicating it was time for practice. Together, they moved to the courtyard, where Sun-se began to apply some of the techniques he had seen. The master offered guidance, correcting his movements and providing tips on posture and energy flow. Despite these adjustments, Sun-se couldn't feel any different. No surge of energy or internal power responded to his efforts. Frustration flickered within him, but he persisted. The master instructed him to relax, to control his strikes deliberately, and to exert strength in each attack, emphasizing the importance of mental clarity. Sun-se focused anew, launching a knee strike followed by a punch. Surprisingly, these actions produced a faint emission of energy, small yet noticeable. His master praised his success in harnessing a fragment of spiritual energy, what some in their tradition called K, noting that even small victories were vital stepping stones. Encouraging him, the master told Sensei to move on to the second technique, and they continued their practice session. The master observed that Sensei's energy reserves were limited. He deduced that the disciple had only consumed a small amount of temporal body fluid, essentially a nourishment meant to sustain and enhance his practice, so he wouldn't yet possess abundant internal power. Nonetheless, Sensei remained eager and ambitious. His resolve was clear. He intended to complete all 18 techniques in the sequence, insisting that he would not rest until he had mastered them all. He silently set a goal for himself, determined that if he found himself unable to proceed beyond a certain point, he would accept his limitations and surrender. But his drive pushed him onward, and he had already reached the 5th technique. However, midway through executing the 6th move, Sensei felt his energy waning drastically. His body trembled and grew heavy. He tried to perform the 6th technique, but his strength failed him. Overcome by fatigue, he collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and breathing heavily. The master, observing his disciple's condition, recognized that Sensei's internal energy was depleted, an indication that his reserves had been fully drained. He wondered whether to intervene, but seeing the determination in Sensei's expression, he hesitated. Rather than assisting prematurely, the master advised him to open his mouth, a simple yet vital gesture that, in their practice, could help assess and replenish internal reserves. Trusting his master's guidance, Sensei obeyed, opening his mouth as instructed. The master then administered more of a specialized refining liquid, an essential element in their cultivation that nourished and restored vital energies. As the liquid entered his system, Sensei felt a renewed vigor coursing through his body. The fatigue that had threatened to overwhelm him was gradually pushed back. He experienced a surge of motivation, an internal fire that kept him pushing forward despite his exhaustion. With this newfound strength, he prepared to continue his practice. Encouraged by his resilience, Sensei persisted until he completed all 18 movements. Each step felt like a victory, and despite his fatigue, he felt a burgeoning sense of power. His muscles ached, and sweat dripped from his brow, yet an inner sense of achievement warmed him. The master, observing his disciple's perseverance, immediately advised him to sit down. Before his blood cooled and fatigue set in completely, Sensei was instructed to switch to another technique. This new method was designed to sharpen his focus, to prevent distractions from disturbing his concentration. This secondary technique required calmness and mental clarity. It was crafted to help practitioners maintain laser-like attention during their practice, making sure that external disturbances, no matter how subtle, did not divert their energy or concentration. Sensei listened intently and prepared himself mentally, understanding that mastery in energy control and mental discipline was just as crucial as physical execution. As he settled into the new technique, he felt his breathing slow and his mind clear. Throughout this entire process, the master remained observant, offering no unnecessary commands or interruptions. Instead, he allowed Sensei to work through his practice at his own pace, knowing that true progress came from internal effort and persistence. Sensei's focus intensified as he matched his breathing with each movement, cultivating a state of deep internal harmony. In this state, he could feel his energy flowing more smoothly and powerfully, aligning with the principles he was slowly internalizing. Time passed, and Sensei continued to refine each movement with patience and dedication. The practice was arduous, requiring strength, focus, and mental resilience. Yet, with each completed sequence, a sense of mastery grew within him. He could feel the subtle shifts in his internal energy, an almost imperceptible but definite rise in power that told him he was progressing. Despite moments of doubt or fatigue, his unwavering determination kept him moving forward. In the days that followed, Sensei regularly returned to the techniques, repeating movements and meditating on their principles. He knew that mastery was a gradual process, built through disciplined repetition and internal reflection. His internal energy, although still fragile at times, continued to expand and strengthen as he persevered. Each session brought new insights, and gradually he began to sense a deeper connection between his mind, body, and energy, a trinity vital for the next stages of his cultivation. Throughout these practices, the master monitored his progress silently, providing guidance only when necessary. He recognized that true cultivation was not merely about physical strength or memorization, but about cultivating inner harmony and understanding of the technique's core principles. Sun Ce learned to relax his mind even amid rigorous effort, allowing his internal energy to flow unimpeded. As days turned into weeks, the initial struggles faded into steady improvement. This ongoing process was a profound journey not only of physical mastery but also of mental and spiritual awakening. Sun Ce became increasingly attuned to the subtle energies within himself, sensing that he was gradually crossing thresholds that once seemed unreachable. The path was arduous, filled with moments of frustration and exhaustion, but his unwavering resolve propelled him onward. Each completed movement, each meditation session, and each internal breakthrough reinforced his confidence that he was steadily ascending the ladder toward greater mastery and enlightenment. In time, Sun Ce's understanding of the techniques deepened, and he began to grasp their underlying philosophies. He realized that true cultivation involved harmonizing one's inner energy with the external world, aligning one's will with the natural flow of the universe. This insight transformed his approach, making each practice session more than mere physical exercises, turning them into acts of spiritual discipline and self-discovery. Every breath he took became a conduit for growth, every movement an expression of his inner resolve. Through persistent effort and mindful practice, Sun Ce slowly but surely shed his doubts and fears. His internal energy grew stronger, his focus sharper. The accomplishments in his technical mastery laid the foundation for the next stage of his journey, a path not just of physical strength but of inner peace and enlightenment. His master watched with quiet satisfaction as his disciple embraced the true essence of cultivation, a harmonious balance between the body, mind, and spirit. Thus, the days turned into weeks and months, and Sun Ce's path continued to unfold. Each step, each breath, and each movement brought him closer to the realization that mastery was not merely about physical prowess, but about cultivating an indomitable spirit capable of harnessing the universe's endless energies. He understood now that success lay in perseverance, in attentive dedication, and in the constant refining of oneself from within. His journey was far from over, but he had taken the crucial first steps toward a future where mastery and enlightenment awaited him, shimmering like a distant horizon, yet within reach through unwavering determination and profound inner discipline. In the quiet solitude of his mind, Sun was acutely aware that true mental energy, when harnessed correctly, had the profound power to reveal one's innermost essence. As he delved deeper into this practice, he wondered what exactly he would see when unveiling his true self. To his surprise, he found that his authentic core was indistinguishable from his ordinary appearance and demeanor. This realization puzzled him. Was it because he was still an ordinary mortal, unworthy yet to transcend his limitations? Determined to push further, he focused intensely and directed his energy to his chest, seeking to uncover the hidden layers of his true identity. But as he did so, a wave of dizziness overtook him, and he collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Sensing his struggle, the master explained gently that Sun had expended too much energy in one go. The master described the process. When one is genuinely virtuous and pure of heart, the self does not need to hide behind a different form or facade. A truly noble individual's true essence remains translucent, unaltered by superficial modifications. Sun listened intently as the master elaborated further, emphasizing that his pure heart freed him from the necessity of masks or disguises. It was an extraordinary quality, one that many cultivated but few truly attained. Sun, pondering this, felt a mixture of awe and humility. He marveled at the fact that his soul bore no stain, no shadow, completely free from corruption or darkness. Recognizing the importance of resting and recuperating, he declared that it was time to cease his trials for the day. The master, satisfied with his explanation, faded away seamlessly, leaving Sun alone in the silent chamber. Left in a contemplative state, Sun found himself unable to rise immediately. He remained on the ground for a while, gathering his strength and thoughts. Later, feeling drained yet somehow lighter, he made his way back to his quarters. As he opened the door, his gaze fell upon his cousin. His sturdy and commanding cousin, who was a respected healer, dedicatedly studying a recipe. She looked up and asked with concern whether Sun was attempting to harm himself. Surprised by her directness, Sun hesitated, unsure how to explain. He responded cautiously, saying that he had joined a peculiar group that had sent him a special formula. His intention was to consume it carefully, as he wanted to ensure it was not a deadly poison. His cousin, observing his earnest expression, believed he was honest, yet she warned him gently not to trust just anyone with such things. She invited him to join her for dinner along with some friends, but Sun politely declined, explaining he wasn't particularly interested at that moment. After a quick farewell, he watched her leave, and in the evening scheduled a meeting with his other friends. As the evening approached, the first of his friends arrived, concern evident on his face. The friend inquired about Momo the young boy Son was worried about. Momo was in a fragile state, visibly distressed and crying, seemingly overwhelmed by life. The friend mentioned an upcoming sporting event, a 5-kilometer race, that everyone anticipated would test their endurance and spirit. Interestingly, only Sun was chosen as the representative for their group, a decision that puzzled everyone. When asked why he had been selected for such a challenging run, Sun's friend admitted they didn't know for sure. All that mattered was that he now had to run it, especially since the cultivation practices he had recently begun had made endurance no longer a concern. Confident in his abilities, Sun grabbed a can and declared he would win the race for everyone's sake. Later that evening, after the group had succumbed to drinks and were lying half unconscious from overindulgence, Sun realized alcohol no longer affected him. He decided to return to his room, where he began perusing a discussion group. In the chat, people were speculating about the return of a legendary white monarch, an entity destined to emerge after a period of 150 years. Sun found this particularly strange because even the figures from the Northern River region seemed frightened by the prospect. Some participants in the conversation even declared that they planned to retreat into isolated cultivation, refusing contact with the outside world until the white monarch's return. Recognizing the tension and the underlying fear in these discussions, Sun deduced that getting involved with such a powerful figure might not be wise. He concluded that it was better to remain cautious and prudent. Meanwhile, in the city, an intruder was leaping across rooftops with agility and stealth. Without warning, the figure broke into Sun's room, where he lay resting on his cot, silent and undetected. The intruder's eyes fixed on Sun's collar, recognizing him immediately as the person they had been seeking. Thinking it would be easier than anticipated, they moved quickly, planning to strike. But Sun, always alert despite his fatigue, sensed the intrusion instantly. The intruder made their move, attempting to strike Sun, but he narrowly dodged, prepared for confrontation. Despite the surprise, Sun's calm and resolve made him a formidable opponent. The intruder's plan was to catch him off guard, but Sun's clarity of mind and cultivated awareness allowed him to respond swiftly, turning the assault back on the attacker. The night was about to become a dangerous dance of resolve, necessity, and unexpected revelations, as both combatants prepared for a confrontation that could change everything. In that chaos, the shadows whispered secrets of old, secrets that connected the past to the present, and it became clear to Sun that the journey ahead would demand all his strength, wisdom, and resolve. The city's silence was broken only by the faint sounds of conflict, as the lines between friend and foe blurred, and the true nature of his enemies, and himself, began to emerge from the shadows. In the shadows of a tense and uncertain night, events unfolded with a complex web of danger, deception, and hidden motives. The initial clash involved a formidable barrier, a seal crafted with ancient craftsmanship, designed to protect a sacred or secretive place. An intruder attempting to breach this defense brandished a weapon, perhaps a blade or a magical implement, that was aimed precisely at the seal. Despite the fierce intent behind the attack, The weapon rebounded with unexpected ferocity, as if the very fabric of the seal repelled the assault. In that instant, the intruder was struck by a sudden wave of dizziness. His senses overwhelmed as if he had been poisoned. His body convulsed involuntarily. Blood began to bubble in his mouth and nose as he struggled to keep his bearings. Recognizing that his attempt had failed but also realizing the threat he now posed to himself, he and his accomplices understood they were forced to retreat. Their plan was thwarted, and retreat was inevitable. They would have to return to their master to reassess their position and prepare new strategies, perhaps with more caution or greater force. Meanwhile, miles away, in the privacy of a discreet hotel, a master schemed patiently. His eyes rested on the door, awaiting the arrival of a messenger, his trusted servant, and the object that was the focus of their current mission. Time was a critical element. The master's thoughts were tinged with suspicion and anticipation. When the servant finally knocked and was granted entry, the master's concern immediately intensified. The servant, exhausted and pale, staggered into the room and collapsed to the floor, unable to stand. The master quickly inquired about what had transpired. The servant, with dark violet circles beneath his eyes, managed to whisper that he had been poisoned. Alarmed by this revelation, the master examined the servant closely, recognizing the danger posed by the toxin. In a swift move, he produced a small pill and antidote, hoping to counteract the poison. The master had anticipated the worst, fearing that the toxin was more potent than initially believed. Although the antidote was administered promptly, the result was unsettling. The poison had already begun to take effect, and the antidote seemed only partially effective. The master's mind raced with dread, knowing that the poison was not merely a hindrance but a sign of deeper subterfuge. Convinced that the attackers might use the venom's properties to track their whereabouts, the master decided that staying in the hotel was too dangerous. With a sense of urgency, he swiftly exited, disappearing into the night, seeking refuge and a new hiding place where he could regroup. Meanwhile, far from the city's chaos, a young man awakened peacefully at dawn's first light. It was barely 5 o'clock when an unsettling aroma stirred him. A strange, blood-like scent wafted across the room. This peculiar smell prompted immediate suspicion. Had a thief infiltrated his quarters? The young man cautiously examined his surroundings. The door was slightly ajar, suggesting that someone had entered without permission. His gaze fell to the floor, where a piece of paper lay discarded. As he bent to pick it up, he noticed it resembled a sword, perhaps a fragment of a blade or a symbol left behind. If this was the case, it suggested that the intruder was not just a common thief, but someone with knowledge of weapons and possibly dangerous intent. The young man's mind raced, pondering who might be targeting him and for what purpose. Was this an attack aimed at something hidden within? Could someone be trying to track him down or even eliminate him altogether? He considered the possibility that the attack might be orchestrated by a rival or an enemy with a vested interest in his activities. Among his thoughts was a theory involving a master healer or a wise physician, someone who would have a motive to keep him safe or, conversely, to eliminate a threat. If it had been the healer's colleagues, they would have gone after the healer himself, not him directly. His recollection then traced back to recent encounters involving a delicate object given to him, a feathered quill of some significance, and a conversation with a woman named Pluma Suave, who had mentioned a person involved with a mysterious and possibly sinister agenda. The young man's mind was filled with questions. Was someone from her circle behind all this? Was this attack connected to the person she had talked about? A figure perhaps lurking in shadows or operating behind the scenes? As he quietly moved through his quarters, he called out for his loyal companion, Fugue, in a low voice, seeking reassurance or guidance. Fugue hurried over, visibly concerned, and asked if the young man had managed to find the person who was hunting him, a dangerous individual whose motives and identity remained unclear. The young man shook his head, indicating that the elusive pursuer was still at large, and then recounted everything he had learned, the questions he had posed to witnesses and the clues he had gathered about the stranger's identity and intentions. The mystery deepened as the young man reflected on the importance of understanding who was truly behind these hostile movements. Was it a rival faction seeking to destabilize him, a rogue assassin hired by unseen enemies, or perhaps someone with more personal motives. The pieces of the puzzle scattered across his mind painted a dangerous picture. Every new revelation reinforced that he was entangled in a dangerous game, one that required keen observation, careful planning, and perhaps some radical decisions to escape the trap closing in around him. As dawn broke fully, casting light on his quiet room, he resolved to stay vigilant. The night's events had testified to a broader conspiracy, one that extended beyond the immediate threats. His enemy might be someone familiar or someone hidden, lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting. The young man realized that he could not afford to be passive. The game had begun. A game of wits, of secrets, and of survival, and he had to be ready for whatever came next. Whether through cunning, courage, or resilience, he understood that his journey was only just beginning, and that each step he took now would determine his fate in a world filled with unseen dangers and unspoken alliances. On a warm, sun-dappled afternoon in the bustling heart of a nearby city, the streets hummed with activity and life. Amid the crowded avenues and narrow alleyways, a young man moved purposefully toward his destination, his senses alert to the subtle signs and clues that each corner of the city whispered. His destination was close to an ancient temple, renowned for its spiritual significance and historical depth, and he was well aware that the journey ahead would lead him into a realm where the mundane and the mystical intertwined. The young man had been given basic directions, enough to find his way to the residence of the local healer, a revered master of traditional medicine whose knowledge stretched back generations. As he approached the familiar surroundings, an unusual sight caught his attention. Emerging from a nearby vehicle was a girl, her figure lively and enchanting, yet holding an air of peculiar confidence. In her hands, she carried an alchemical cauldron, a device that looked both ancient and extraordinary, shimmering with mysterious inscriptions and sigils. Without hesitation, she stomped decisively on the ground, causing the cauldron to rise abruptly into her arms as if responding to her command. The young man observed her with curiosity, sensing something was unusual about her. Her movements, her demeanor, the aura she exuded. She was unlike any ordinary girl he had encountered. As she caught sight of him, her bright eyes lit up, and she called out his name unhesitatingly. Her voice was urgent but friendly, compelling him to come closer. She beckoned him to assist her, explaining that she was a lady transporting this enchanted furnace, a device vital for her medicinal tasks. His curiosity deepened as she questioned how she knew his name. She claimed to share a close relationship with the master of medicine, her words layered with implication and familiarity. When asked if she was his wife or had some other special connection, she shook her head gently, indicating that, for the moment, she was merely a disciple, an apprentice learning from the revered healer. However, since the master of medicine was currently in town, she had arrived to help by delivering the stove and supporting him in his ongoing work. Just then, a cloud of thick smoke billowed into the air as an elderly man, the master, appeared amidst the chaos. His face was marked with lines of wisdom and experience, and he carried himself with a commanding presence. The man hurried toward them, his gaze sharp and alert, his arrival greeted by the scent of burnt herbs and the lingering aroma of incense. He had evidently been waiting for their arrival, perhaps monitoring the scene from afar. Turning to the young man, the master inquired solemnly whether he had been attacked during the night. The young man nodded, affirming that he had indeed faced an assault. He described how the attacker had left a sword behind in his chamber, an ominous sign that suggested a violent confrontation. The master's expression grew more serious, and he revealed that the assaulting individual had already claimed the lives of several other victims, murders shrouded in darkness and intent. He then turned his piercing gaze toward the young man, asking him how he was feeling. Son, the young man's name, responded that he felt an odd mixture of excitement and adrenaline, an almost psychotic thrill that heightened his awareness and sharpened his senses. The girl and the master exchanged knowing looks, recognizing the peculiar nature of this young disciple's psychological state. As the conversation progressed, the master explained that he had placed a protective barrier around Sun, a magical shield imbued with poison-resistant properties designed to safeguard him from harm. This barrier had helped him survive the relentless attacks. The master humbly apologized for involving Sun in these dangerous affairs, explaining that it was an unavoidable part of the ongoing efforts to root out the threat. Sun nodded in understanding, expressing gratitude toward the master for his protection. He then showed the spirit ghost, a faint, shimmering apparition that hovered nearby, explaining that he believed someone was hunting him. The spirit flickered with translucent light as it drifted closer, whispering unsettling tales of unseen pursuers. The master of medicine contemplated this possibility seriously. A nearby girl, observing the scene, suggested that if Sun could be given the proper techniques, he might be able to eliminate his pursuers entirely. The master agreed, hinting that such methods existed and could be uncovered through diligent research. He began to sift through ancient archives, scrolls and records kept by a learned scholar named Sangan, whose reputation was as formidable as a defensive weapon during times of war. The young man eagerly asked about Sangan's identity, prompting the master to narrate stories of the scholar's extraordinary resilience. Sangan was famously dubbed the nuclear bomb of his era because he had survived a devastating attack that leveled a village with a single explosive. The scholar had emerged unscathed, thanks to extraordinary protective energies and techniques. The master explained that Sangan's records contained detailed instructions on how to detect followers or enemies using mental energy, an esoteric skill that could reveal hidden threats lurking in the shadows. With this knowledge, the master sketched out a plan. If someone was affected by poison or other mental assaults, they would need an antidote which could be purchased from specialized herb shops. He enumerated 4 rare ingredients essential for brewing a potent antidote, a mixture designed to purify and negate various toxins and mental manipulations. The young man took mental notes and expressed his thanks, grateful for the guidance. Meanwhile, on a distant island, home to the spirit of the butterfly, the gentle breeze caressed the figure known as Soft Feather. She was quietly reading a scroll about cultivators, those who sought enlightenment and mastery over their internal energy. Her eyes caught a passing mention of a floating island, a mysterious place of legend that attracted her curiosity. The island was veiled in mist and surrounded by an aura of mystique, floating high above the sea, enticing adventurers with promises of hidden knowledge and rare treasures. Soft Feather regarded the description carefully, her mind wandering to possibilities. She considered visiting the legendary site but was hesitant, knowing she must first prepare herself properly. As fate would have it, a man approached her, his expression cautious yet curious. He asked where she intended to go. She explained that she had seen a beautiful and intriguing place and wished to explore it for enjoyment and discovery. She politely requested her father's permission to go, emphasizing her desire to experience something new. Her father, a wise and protective figure, responded affirmatively, but with the condition that she first familiarize herself with the fundamentals, practicing her cultivation, strengthening her spiritual core, and ensuring she was prepared for the challenges that such a voyage might entail. This cautious approach reflected his deep understanding of the dangers that lurked within the unknown, the unseen threats and challenges that awaited those who dared to venture into mysterious realms beyond the safety of their familiar surroundings. As Soft Feather nodded in agreement, her mind continued to contemplate the vast, uncharted territories that beckoned from beyond the horizon. Her gaze settled on the shimmering sea, where the silver surface reflected the sun's rays, casting a mesmerizing glow. She was filled with a sense of adventure, an unquenchable desire to explore the secrets of the universe and uncover truths hidden deep within the fabric of the cosmos. The scene shifted back to the setting where the young man and the master of medicine continued their dialogue. The master, ever the wise healer, began to speak of ancient techniques and secret arts, methods passed down through countless generations, to detect and track enemies using mental perception. He described the intricate process of sensing the subtle fluctuations of mental energy, a skill that required intense focus and a deep understanding of the spiritual currents running through the universe. He demonstrated how, through careful observation and mental discipline, one could identify the presence of those who sought to hide or manipulate others. This knowledge was invaluable in the ongoing struggle against unseen enemies and malevolent forces. The master emphasized that such skills were not just theoretical. They could be cultivated and mastered with persistent effort and proper guidance. With the newfound knowledge, the young man felt a surge of confidence. He understood that his survival depended not only on physical strength but also on mental acuity and spiritual awareness. The master then outlined the steps to brew the antidote against poisons and mental attacks, providing detailed instructions on sourcing the rare ingredients, each carefully selected for its unique properties, and the precise method of preparation. As he finished his explanation, the scene expanded to include a vivid description of the herbs, their vibrant colors, and fragrant aromas, hinting at the complex alchemical processes involved in creating a potent remedy. The young man listened intently, realizing that his journey had just taken a new, more profound direction. The path of cultivation was fraught with danger, but also filled with endless possibilities for growth and enlightenment. Meanwhile, on the distant island, Soft Feather's thoughts hovered around the mysterious floating landmass. She envisioned the adventures she might undertake, unraveling ancient secrets, discovering rare treasures, and gaining insights into the higher realms of spiritual cultivation. Her mind was alive with anticipation, yet she remained mindful of the importance of preparation, understanding that true mastery required patience, discipline, and respect for the forces she sought to harness. The narrative weaves these different threads: the pursuit of knowledge, the guarding against unseen threats, the exploration of mystical realms, into a rich tapestry of adventure, danger, and enlightenment. Each character, whether rooted in the physical or spiritual world, contributes to the overarching quest for harmony and understanding of the hidden energies that govern their lives. The story unfolds with a sense of purpose and determination. The young man, guided by wisdom and resilience, prepares himself to face the dangers ahead. The girl on the island, driven by curiosity and a desire to learn, readies herself for the journeys that await beyond the horizon. The master of medicine, entrusted with ancient secrets, continues to seek ways to protect and empower those under his care, while the spirits and mystical beings whisper their hints from the shadows, urging greater awareness and mastery. In this universe where reality and myth intertwine, each step taken, each discovery made, brings the characters closer to unlocking hidden truths, truths that could alter the balance of power, unveil long-buried mysteries, and propel them toward enlightenment. Their intertwined destinies serve as testament to the endless pursuit of knowledge, strength, and harmony amid chaos and darkness. As the scene expands into the vast, star-studded sky, the characters stand at the threshold of new horizons, their hearts filled with hope and resolve. The echoes of their journeys resound through the ages, inspiring those who seek to overcome their limitations and to unravel the profound secrets held within the universe's deepest depths. With every breath, every thought, they forge ahead, driven by an unyielding quest for truth and mastery over their destinies. In a world teeming with turbulent adventures and perilous encounters, a determined young warrior found himself immersed in a whirlwind of events that tested his resolve and shaped his destiny. It all began one bright morning when, filled with enthusiasm, he sprinted down the winding streets of his city, eager to accomplish a new task he had set for himself. His mind was filled with excitement as he thought about the upcoming challenge, and with a gentle determination, he approached his father to share his plans. The young man's gentle voice conveyed a desire not just to succeed, but to master certain techniques that would elevate his skills to new heights. His father, wise and understanding, nodded thoughtfully, explaining that before diving into such endeavors, he needed to familiarize himself with specific methods and approaches. The boy, energized and eager, promised to start practicing immediately, unaware of the intricate journey that awaited him. Meanwhile, across town, a close-knit group of mischievous friends woke up early, their camaraderie unbreakable and their spirits lively. At precisely 9 in the morning, the young hero's friends received a visit from him as he brought breakfast to their hideout. Playfully, they inquired about Malmu, a mutual acquaintance whose recent sadness had become a matter of concern. The friends recounted that Malmu had been deeply distressed and disappointed, casting a shadow over their usual lively interactions. An impulsive idea sparked among them: if they ever found themselves in need of extra money, they could threaten to reveal everything that had transpired among their group, leveraging secrets as a bargaining tool. This mischievous plan was, however, met with a measure of caution, for Malmu, overhearing snippets of their conversation, reacted angrily, pounding a nearby wall and warning them with a fiery glare that they might wish for death if they continued down such a treacherous path. The young hero, absorbing these words, felt the weight of their implications. Later that day, as the clock struck 10:30, he sought out one of his friends, asking for assistance in locating certain information on the internet, an act of kindness that the friend readily agreed to, sensing its importance. Grateful for the help, the young warrior loaded new materials and headed towards his mentor, a renowned healer specializing in strengthening techniques. The healer's reputation in their community was well established, and the young man wished to repay him, especially since he was working to improve his own methods for cultivating physical strength. As the afternoon progressed, he watched as a foul, musty odor emanated from his effort, signaling that his experiment had been successful. The healer, calm and composed, advised him not to cover his nose, explaining that the odor was a symbol of the conquest, a sign of progress. Further, the healer activated a mysterious power in his hand, collecting all the accumulated smoke into a compact object. The young man watched in puzzled awe as the device absorbed the lingering scent, and the healer explained that in dangerous situations, such an object could serve as a distraction, concealing one's presence or mislead enemies. As the sun reached its zenith by 4 in the afternoon, the young hero continued his rigorous training regimen. He focused intensely, delivering powerful punches that resonated through the air and even shattered a wall in the practice space. Though victorious, he felt a strange mixture of pride and confusion, questioning how such a feat was possible given his limited energy reserves. Near him, a girl with vibrant purple hair watched intently. She introduced herself as Nibla Purpura, explaining that strengthening the body inherently increased one's spiritual energy, an essential insight in their universe. She emphasized that even lifting heavy weights could expedite this growth, although she warned that, in this world, training schedules had to be much more intense than those known in ordinary realms. He responded with determination, vowing to train rigorously every morning to pursue this goal. Yet, another feeling lingered within him: boredom, prompting Nibla to suggest that his efforts could be more engaging if he focused on battling the bloodlust that emanated from the scent of a particular sword. Ambition ignited within him, and he followed the trail of this ominous aura to a nearby district named Hangon. There, he inquired about a mysterious corpse, and the woman he met confirmed its existence. The sight was ghastly, a body ravaged by venom, rendered into a melted, unrecognizable mass. Despite the grotesqueness, she observed that the body seemed to belong to more than a single individual, indicating that his companion had also fallen victim to the same poison. Faced with this grim reality, he questioned what course of action to take. The necessity of gauging the strength of the attacker became clear, for only by understanding the enemy's power could he hope to confront and overcome them. The young warrior, firm in his resolve, declared that whether he had to shed blood or sacrifice himself, he would do whatever was necessary to protect his friends and loved ones. His words carried a heavy weight, an unwavering vow to face whatever dangers awaited him, regardless of the cost. Back in their quarters, the group of friends was engaged in a serious discussion. One of them had attempted to locate certain rare ingredients needed for a vital project, but their search revealed that only some stores carried the essential items. Without hesitation, he promised to send the exact locations of the shops he discovered, determined to aid his comrades. Their camaraderie was strong, rooted in mutual trust and shared purpose. Suddenly, an unexpected call interrupted the moment. A phone ringing sharply, demanding attention amid their focused conversations. The young hero, always alert, recognized that this message might carry vital information or urgent news, and he prepared himself to face whatever new challenge or revelation awaited him next. His journey was one of constant growth, relentless pursuit of strength, and unwavering loyalty to those he cared for, shaping him into a figure destined to carve his own legend amidst a world rife with chaos and mystery. In the shadows of a quiet evening, a young man named Sun found himself caught in a tense and dangerous situation that was both perplexing and perilous. It all began when his cousin, a woman with a distinctive hunchbacked posture, approached him with concern etched across her face. She inquired quietly whether something unusual had transpired recently, and upon receiving a silent nod from Sun, she urged him to come closer and offer assistance. Without revealing too much, she explained that she needed help to carry a few items swiftly and discreetly, implying that time was of the essence. Her voice, although seeming familiar, carried an odd, unnatural tone, as if it were not her own. Sun sensed that something was off, that her words were possibly being manipulated or echoed by another entity siphoning her voice for an obscure purpose. She hung up abruptly, directing Sun to inform a few trusted friends and to prepare for a quick ascent up a nearby staircase. Steeling himself, he climbed cautiously, convinced that despite the voice sounding like hers, it was not actually her speaking. His intuition told him they were using her as a conduit to bring him somewhere else, somewhere hidden and potentially perilous. Reaching the rooftop, Sun took a moment to survey the entire cityscape from his elevated vantage point. His mind pressed intensely, focusing his mental energy to observe beyond the physical plane. Through this heightened awareness, he discerned details of the city's labyrinthine alleys and shadowy corners. In a secluded alleyway, he spotted a figure lying motionless on a bench, and beside her, a man with a sinister appearance. His features did not match the description Sun remembered from her accounts. He appeared more menacing than she had ever described. Suddenly, the sinister man's eyes shifted in Sun's direction. The young man realized with a jolt that he had been discovered by the enemy. At that precise moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket, a signal that it was no coincidence. He comprehended that this was all part of a trap set by his adversaries. He answered cautiously, hearing a voice on the other end, cold, deliberate. The caller announced that they had found the missing student and suggested it would be advantageous for Sun to appear at the location within 10 minutes. The tone carried an ominous undertone, hinting that if he didn't hurry, that young lady, as they referred to her, would face dire consequences. Minutes later, Sun reported his arrival, and the intruder on the line praised his punctuality, expressing regret for the initial surprise. As Sun observed from afar, he saw the figure of the malicious man approaching, congratulating him briefly before apologizing for the abrupt encounter. The scene was tense. Sun kept watch as the villain's gaze lingered on the girl lying on the bench, her serene face contrasting with the twisted expression of her attacker. The villain's face contorted into a manic grin as he declared, with unsettling certainty, that no matter what efforts were made, he needed her alive, at least to some degree. With that, he began to activate a strange energy, flexing his arm, his eyes gleaming with unnatural force. Sun immediately understood that the man was about to initiate some form of dark ritual or power gathering, possibly for evil purposes. Without hesitation, the villain lunged towards Sun, throwing a punch in a brutal attempt to subdue him. However, Sun's reflexes were sharp. He evaded the attack with ease, understanding that the man's physical power was limited, his confidence seemingly fueled by wild delusions rather than true strength. As they engaged, the villain questioned aloud why, if Sun appeared so powerless, others insisted on taking him seriously. He seemed to resent that despite his bravado, he was merely a mortal, fleeing from the city, driven by a promise made by his former boss to escape the chaos and disgrace. The man's accusations grew more bitter. He cursed Sun, claiming that all misfortunes stemmed from him. Connecting the dots rapidly, Sun deduced that the villain was likely involved in the poisoning incident that had occurred recently, marking him as a key suspect in the sinister plot that had unfolded. The antagonist, resorting to desperate measures, drew a glinting blade and declared that there was no way to escape now. Sun, calm and collected despite the danger, reached behind his back and produced a mysterious liquid, some form of body temper, questioning whether that was what the villain truly sought. Enraged, the man yelled furiously, ordering Sun to throw the liquid immediately. But Sun, with practiced ease, held onto a concealed weapon and warned him that he was merely an ordinary man, unarmed with any supernatural powers. He challenged the villain openly, telling him to come forward and take what he wanted, explaining that as long as his cousin was safe, He would do whatever was necessary. The villain's eyes turned a fiery red as primal hunger overtook him, saliva dribbling down his chin. He charged again, driven by obsession, desperate to obtain the mysterious liquid. In a swift, brutal moment, the villain managed to cut Sun across the chest, a savage wound that left his body momentarily torn apart. His figure collapsing, bleeding heavily. The scene was intense. Sun's body lay shattered, and the pain was overwhelming. Yet somehow, with effort and resilience, he managed to stay conscious. The aftermath was grim. Sun struggled to comprehend what had transpired, his mind clouded by shock and blood loss. The villain, now victorious, looked down at him with a cruel grin, knowing that only he and the master of medicine, an ancient healer with special privileges, had the authority and knowledge to interpret the strange, dark sword the villain wielded. This weapon was a forbidden relic, visible only to those with explicit permission from the mysterious figure who had sent it into play. It emanated a sinister, blood-stained aura that was almost too overwhelming for ordinary senses to endure. The villain, pointing the bloodied blade at Sun's trembling form, sneered as he demanded to know his final words. Sun's lips moved, but before he could speak, the villain cut him off again, his mind consumed by dark fervor and hatred. The scene was charged with a threatening silence, the air thick with impending violence. At that very moment, a divine force seemed to ripple through the air, as if gods themselves were observing the unfolding scene. The young man, caught in the midst of his hurried actions, glanced around briefly, sensing an unseen presence watching him. He was about to proceed when an unexpected impulse seized him. He decided to taunt the boy before the inevitable end. With a mischievous grin, he mocked, asking in a teasing tone whether the boy had any desire to listen or if he simply accepted his hopeless fate without resistance. He believed that such a confrontation was predetermined. He had no doubt that no one would ever truly harm his family. As he spoke, the figure stooped down, carefully gathering a collection of small objects scattered on the ground. To the untrained eye, they seemed insignificant, but the onlooker, a cultivator himself, assessed the scene with a different perspective. He immediately recognized that among the debris was an insignia, a token that could identify this individual's affiliation and reveal his organizational ties. The cultivator's eyes flickered with recognition and cautious curiosity. He grabbed a small vial filled with a dark liquid, a concoction known to dissolve flesh and bones. This was likely a secret tool used to conceal heinous crimes, erasing evidence with ruthless efficiency. Appreciating its usefulness, the cultivator poured a small amount of the corrosive liquid onto the corpse, watching as it began to disintegrate rapidly. The process was swift. The flesh dissolved into a fetid, bubbling mass. Relief washed over him as he confirmed that the liquid worked perfectly, an effective method for eliminating gruesome traces of violence. Then, the attention shifted to the girl's cousin, who by now was stirring from her unconscious state. She sluggishly climbed onto the young man's back, her voice hoarse as she begged to be put down on the ground. After some time, he gently sat her on a nearby bench and asked if she was feeling all right. She grimaced, complaining about a painful ache in her neck, and expressed concern about how she had come to be there. He found her somewhat peculiar, her sudden appearance and strange behavior. She seemed to think he was the one who had called her, which puzzled him greatly. She thought she had gone out drinking with friends, but the truth was more complex. She hadn't been entirely truthful about her whereabouts. Nevertheless, he sensed that she was being sincere now. She lowered her gaze and muttered that she would be fine, trying to hide her unease. As night fell, she suggested that if everything was all right, she should be taken home. Before they parted, she remarked that she found the young man's maturity remarkable. Her words echoed a faint acknowledgement that perhaps her perception was influenced by the fact that he had recently taken a life. Still, he dismissed the idea casually, insisting it was an insignificant matter, a mere impression derived from the circumstances. High atop a towering building, the healer named Burpel warned his master that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. Nonetheless, he cautioned his leader that Sane, the young cultivator, would never abandon his side. It might be best to surrender, he suggested, for the young man always seemed to get what he wanted. Sane, meanwhile, silently reflected on his own actions, contemplating whether his recent deeds had stirred something deeper within him. Beyond the city walls, atop the pinnacle of a grand edifice, a figure watched silently. The scene was tense, filled with unspoken power and hidden agendas. The healer perceived that Sane had done well thus far, yet he knew that a skill tracker could uncover the traces of their recent clandestine activities. To conceal their footprints and secrets, he cast a powerful spell, enveloping the scene in an enchanted obscurity. The spell hid everything that had transpired, effectively erasing any evidence of their movements and actions. Later, Sane returned home, where he took out his medallion, a small, intricately crafted pendant that carried significant meaning, and snapped a photograph of it. His purpose was to show it to others to seek insight from a trusted group. The representative from the Northern River region, a seasoned cultivator with extensive knowledge, declared he had never encountered such a symbol before. It appeared to belong to a minor faction, an obscure fragment of a larger, hidden network. Yet, Sane wanted to know more. He pressed for details, emphasizing that the information was exceedingly important to him. The northern representative became cautious, sensing the gravity of the request. He inquired if Sane wished to determine whether the faction was an ally or an enemy, and Sane's reply was unequivocal. They are enemies. Some time later, a calm and composed figure, known as the Feather, spoke softly but with firm resolve. She apologized sincerely, explaining that her father knew nothing about the matter, but she assured Sane that soon she would leave the city to assist in resolving the crisis. Her words carried an air of dedication and purpose. Meanwhile, in her private chamber, she was filled with excitement by the prospect of completing her father's mission. She was determined to contribute to the downfall of their enemies and to support Sane's cause. Then, a sudden realization struck her. She had sent a private message, inquiring if anything unusual had happened lately, sensing that something was wrong. She understood that this was the so-called sixth sense of women, a keen intuition that often predicts impending danger. Sane, upon reading her message, confided that he had taken a life that day. To her, that fact was insignificant compared to the larger picture. She reassured him that everything would be fine, emphasizing that she was nearing the end of her training and would soon meet with him again. Her words were filled with resolve and hope. Simultaneously, her father observed all these exchanges from afar, pondering the true identity of the mysterious and dangerous figure they had encountered. An individual whose name and motivations remained shrouded in shadow. His concern grew deeper, for this person was someone whose influence could threaten everything they had fought for. Meanwhile, Sane was resting comfortably when he was suddenly awakened by an urgent call. Someone was searching for a well-known Taoist master, someone notorious across the region as a figure under intense scrutiny. The caller looked for the master, known among the cultivators as stressed by the mountain of books, because he often carried a heavy burden of knowledge and responsibilities. The caller's voice was anxious, seeking this sage for a critical reason. The Taoist master, hearing this, recognized the gravity of the situation and prepared himself for an unexpected encounter, knowing that whatever was coming would test his wisdom and resilience to their limits. As the night deepened, the city's shadows grew longer, cloaked in secrecy and anticipation. Every movement, every whisper, seemed to carry multiple layers of meaning beneath the surface. Sane's mind was filled with questions about the future, about the factions, the hidden enemies, and the dangerous power plays that were now unfolding all around him. Each step he took was fraught with uncertainty, but also fueled by a steadfast desire to protect his loved ones, uncover the truth, and carve his own destiny amid the chaos. These moments, charged with tension and silent resolve, marked the beginning of a new chapter, one where alliances would be tested, secrets revealed, and the true nature of power would finally be uncovered in the crucible of impossible circumstances. Once, in a quiet corner of the bustling city, a man sat pondering the mysterious connection he had recently uncovered between his past and an enigmatic medallion. The story of how he obtained his current number from a renowned master of medicine was straightforward yet layered with hidden implications. The master had told him he could only vaguely recall the origins of the medallion, hinting that it was something that had been with him for over 4 decades. The medallion, he said, was associated with an incident that changed his life forever, one that involved a brutal massacre in a remote village. Years earlier, during his early days of training, the master had been called to a seemingly abandoned settlement where all its inhabitants had been murdered in a gruesome event. The air in the village was thick with blood and silence, a haunting memory etched into the landscape. As he investigated, he discovered near one of the fallen bodies a small, intricately carved talisman. That day, deeply affected and fueled by a desire for justice, the master vowed to bring those responsible to account and to prevent others from suffering similar fates. His efforts, unfortunately, bore limited fruit. Though he managed to eliminate some of those involved, the rest of the assailants vanished without a trace, leaving behind only headlines of horror and a trail of unanswered questions. The man listening to these tales pressed him for further clues, eager to understand if there were still leads that might lead to organized groups behind those massacres. The master nodded thoughtfully and revealed that new information had emerged, perhaps even a way to locate the clandestine organization responsible. Nevertheless, he explained that his current commitments kept him occupied with a critical mission. Still, he promised to send some talismans, artifacts of power and protection, to aid the listener in his quest. These talismans, he explained, had been used by only one person, the master himself, and each was imbued with a specific property. One type of talisman for defense, another to strengthen weapons, specifically swords, and yet another, and perhaps the most vital, meant for purification, effective against malevolent cultivators controlling ghosts and dark entities. As the master pondered, he mentioned a name that had surfaced among his records, a name that, in his opinion, had lost its proper place among the collection of knowledge, a name that no longer suited its bearer and needed to be replaced. It was a suggestion rooted in the shifting nature of identities and stories, reflecting the fluidity of memory and legend. The master then fell into deep thought, contemplating the significance of this change. The following morning, the man awoke with a jolt, noticing a cold blade lying beside him on the bed. The realization struck him with icy clarity. His recent encounter, his recent death, that sharpness of pain had not been a dream but a harbinger of the harsh reality to come. The blood on his hands, the deadly resolve, all signaled that he too was destined to face the master once again sooner rather than later. His thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected intrusion, a knock at the door. Standing there was a courier, holding another large, meticulously wrapped package. The man was puzzled, for he had already received 2 sizable parcels at different locations, each with its own secrets. Questions swirled in his mind. Was this urgent? Did these packages contain vital tools or warnings? The courier, noticing his questions, explained that the parcel had been personally delivered, and he would need to deliver something more soon. The courier indicated that whatever was coming would not be routine, and that when the man needed assistance, he only had to call, keeping the packages as a silent testament to the connection they shared. Curiosity grew within him as he examined the package. Upon opening it, he found several talismans, each carefully inscribed and woven with old magic. Among them were artifacts creating armor-like defense shields, talismans that enhanced the sharpness and power of swords, fierce tokens of martial strength, and other charms dedicated to purification, effective against dark spirits and corrupt cultivators who relied on ghostly powers. Standing amidst these newfound relics, the man felt a quiet confidence blossom within him. He knew that these tools could turn the tide in the ongoing battle against evil. Yet, he still lacked one critical element, a missing piece of the puzzle that could unlock the full potential of these talismans. Just then, his friends entered the room, calling out his name, their faces drawn with anticipation and concern. Their arrival signaled that the next phase of his journey was imminent, and that he must prepare himself for challenges yet unseen. In the next scene, he found himself on a racing track, a place that seemed both familiar and alien. The boy standing beside him did not remember why they were there. Nonetheless, the boy, feeling the urge to prove himself, was determined to win. Memories from a drunken promise resurfaced. The boy had sworn he'd reach the finish line first, no matter what it took. He looked around, observing a muscular man in a bright blue shirt standing nearby, who was watching him intently with a challenge in his eyes. The blue-shirt man claimed that the distance between him and the boy was longer than a whole street. The boy dismissed the boast, telling the man to relax. The announcer's voice crackled through the loudspeakers, urging the competitors to take their positions. When the starting gunshot sounded, the man closely behind the boy sprinted with the intent to leave him in the dust. However, as he turned to look back during the race, he saw that the boy was moving calmly and steadily, not hurrying but maintaining a consistent pace. The man sneered, thinking this was merely bravado, a show meant to attract attention. As the race progressed, the challenger pushed himself fiercely, trying to shake off the boy. The boy, in turn, urged himself to run more slowly, not out of fatigue but to conserve his strength. Yet he showed no signs of slowing down. The rival was convinced he could outpace the boy with ease, believing that his strength and stamina would carry him to victory. The crowd watched with anticipation, the tension mounting with each lap. By the 10th lap, the sweat was pouring down the boy's face, and his clothes clung to his body. The runner was gasping for breath, beads of perspiration slicking his brow. Still, he remained focused, insisting to himself that he had more in him, that he could run even faster. The blue-shirt man, meanwhile, looked increasingly exhausted, surprised at the boy's tenacity and calm resilience. This scene painted a vivid picture of determination and rivalry, of one young athlete pushing himself beyond his limits, driven by a promise made in a drunken stupor, and of an opponent underestimating his opponent's hidden strength. As the race drew to a close, each competitor's resolve was tested, revealing not only their physical endurance but also the mental and emotional depths that fueled their striving for victory. The outcome remained uncertain, yet one thing was clear. In that moment, perseverance and steadfastness reigned supreme. Once upon a time, a young boy named Sun found himself feeling increasingly exhausted as he stood atop a hill, gazing intently at the horizon. An unsettling, almost malevolent spirit seemed to hover nearby, casting a sinister shadow over the scene. As Sun looked back toward his friends, a surge of fear overtook him, and without hesitation, he sprinted away, fear gripping his every step. His vision blurred, and the world around him seemed to spin as he pushed himself forward, desperate to escape the ominous presence. Despite the growing terror, Sun felt a flicker of pride and determination, convinced that he was on the cusp of becoming the true champion in his quest. With relentless speed, Sun darted towards the finish line, weaving through the crowd that cheered him on. His friends watched in awe as he surpassed all expectations, crossing the ultimate barrier with an effortless grace. Their voices erupted into jubilant celebration, exclaiming that Sun's performance had been nothing short of extraordinary. Meanwhile, a rival, who had watched Sun's victory with disbelief and frustration, lay sprawled on the ground, overwhelmed by the loss. The victorious boy approached the fallen competitor, offering words of commendation, saying that he was a worthy opponent and that with hard work, anyone could achieve greatness. Those words, intended to be encouraging, struck a sour note with the rival, whose pride was wounded. Sitting amidst the dust and debris, he felt a mixture of humiliation and anger. A close friend of Sun then approached him, bringing news about a recent investigation he had been working on. He described a particular store, recently known for selling large quantities of 4 specific items, an encounter that seemed promising for the ongoing quest. The friend was convinced that this lead could finally reveal a crucial clue. Later, in the privacy of his chamber, Sun examined his surroundings, confident that the pieces of the puzzle were falling into place. He possessed an invisible blade, a relic forged by a master alchemist's expertise, as well as powerful talismans. In the worst-case scenario, he could offer a spirit, a ghostly entity, as a reward and seek assistance from an ally within his group. It was a strategic plan, but he knew the true challenge lay ahead. Transported into a crowded subway station, the scene shifted to a humid, clammy train. The atmosphere inside was thick with discomfort as passengers grumbled about the oppressive heat. Sun had temporarily kept the spirit of a necklace dormant, pausing its activity until the moment was right. Suddenly, an unfamiliar monk entered the train, prompting murmurs among the passengers. Many labeled him as a foreigner, yet Sun's keen perception detected something extraordinary about him, an immense, palpable power that demanded vigilance. The monk turned and began reciting numerous phrases, addressing the other travelers with prayers and stories of Buddhas, his voice echoing through the confined space. Sun observed intently, noting the strange serenity mixed with potential danger. The rhythmic recitations continued for about 6 minutes before Sun sensed something unusual. The train began to tremble violently, causing chaos among the passengers. In the chaos, a mother clutching her child in her arms was thrown into dire peril. The train had collided violently with a wall, and everyone was being hurled forward uncontrollably. In a flash, the mother released her child, who was now headed straight toward a shard of shattered glass hurtling through the air. Sun reacted instinctively, rushing forward and shielding the boy from the impending danger. He managed to lift the child to safety, asking if he was unharmed. The boy nodded with a smile, clearly shaken but alive. Sun then decided to help the mother search for her other child amid the wreckage, but he soon realized something strange. The train's violent tremors had caused significant destruction, yet everyone looked surprisingly unharmed, as if protected by unseen forces. As Sun touched the wreckage, a sudden cry pierced through the chaos, the distant voice of the monk. From the shadows of the train, the monk appeared, cloaked in an aura of unnatural energy, and called out heading toward the back of the carriage. His tone was ominous, filled with a mixture of urgency and menace. People around him reacted nervously, sensing a power far beyond ordinary human abilities. Sun watched cautiously as the monk began reciting again, this time louder, as if trying to exorcise invisible demons. The scene grew tense, and soon after, a strange presence emanated within the confined space. A faint whisper entered Sun's ear, sending shivers down his spine, warning him of the dark energies swirling within the train. The monk shouted at the top of his lungs that evil spirits would be eradicated, and at that moment, the trembling ceased. Miraculously, the train's devastation seemed to repair itself. The passengers looked around, bewildered, wondering where all the blood that had soaked the debris had gone. A strange, ghostly fog, a mist with a face as blue as the sky, began to drift across the roof of the carriage, its form twisting and swirling with unnatural grace. The monk's expression was filled with concern, as if sensing an impending threat. Meanwhile, Sun gently handed the small boy back to his mother, his mind racing with questions and resolve. As they prepared to leave the station, Sun reflected on how close they had come to catastrophe. Though chaos had erupted, he knew that unseen forces had intervened, forces he was determined to understand and confront. His journey was far from over, and the strange energies, the mysterious spirits, and the dark magic lurking in the shadows all pointed toward a greater battle yet to come. A battle in which he would have to summon all his strength to protect those he cared for, and to unravel the secrets that threatened to plunge their world into chaos. Once again, as I delve into the depths of this intricate narrative, I find myself immersed in a universe where mysterious powers, ancient arts, and unyielding conflict intertwine. A creature, perhaps linked to something the protagonist sought to uncover, lurked just a few carriages further along the train, hinting at hidden secrets waiting to be revealed on this journey through a realm fraught with peril and wonder. The people aboard were gripped with terror, their fears amplified not only by the ominous presence of a monk, but also by a figure known only as the Altar Master, a manipulator whose dark intentions aimed to turn everyone into nourishment for the Ghost General, a formidable entity clad in a suit and cap, whose very image evoked both dread and awe. In hushed whispers, the passengers discussed how the only chance to defeat the monk lay in assisting the Ghost General, an alliance born out of desperation and a shared desire to end the menace. As they moved past these tense conversations, a subtle yet potent energy emanated from the two individuals they encountered, both of whom revealed themselves as cultivators, their bodies stained with the marks of their cultivation, indicating they had long walked a path of power and discipline beyond ordinary mortals. The air was thick with anticipation and the weight of unspoken threats. Meanwhile, within the shadowed confines of a carriage, the monk addressed the creature he had suppressed earlier, warning it not to attempt escape again. He declared that concealment was futile, no hiding from his purifying wrath, and prepared to enact a cleansing ritual. Clasping his hands together, he summoned a radiant, golden energy that enveloped the creature in a luminous cocoon. At that precise moment, the other two figures lunged forward, launching a creature towards the monk in desperation, commanding him to desist from his assault. Yet, the monk only smiled, assured that a virtuous light protected him, a divine shield that rendered him immune to hurt. The entire train seemed to shimmer with a golden glow, blinding in its brilliance, obscuring the surroundings from those nearby. As the creature was eradicated in a burst of luminous energy, the monk announced that it was now too late for salvation. An azure image appeared in the heavens, shimmering against the darkened sky as the creature was consumed entirely, a symbol of the cosmic struggle unfolding before their eyes. One of the men, overwhelmed by the chaos, urged his compatriots to fight with all their might to halt the monk's destructive progress. He rushed to attack, his fist aimed at the monk with determined fury. However, the monk merely grinned, unfazed by the assault. With confidence, he explained that an enlightened, virtuous light shielded him, a divine barrier that protected him from harm. Without resistance, he held his ground as the attacker's fist approached, only to be met with an effortless defense. The assailant attempted a punch aimed at ending the monk's life, but the monk dismissed him as an idiot with a dismissive wave. Suddenly, the monk struck him back, slapping him across the face and delivering a solid blow to the chin. The young man opened his mouth to speak, perhaps to protest or plead, but before he could, he was struck yet again. This time a heavy slap that silenced him entirely. The monk continued his relentless assault, muttering that those bound to malevolent spirits had no rights or protections, their existence an affront to divine order. As the battered men lay sprawled on the ground, the monk's expression remained calm and confident, smiling as if indulging in a grim satisfaction. He remarked that purifying such spirits would only make him stronger, each victory increasing his power in ways that defied understanding. Standing amidst the chaos, he wondered silently whether something was occurring ahead, an unseen shift in the ongoing battle. Suddenly, a powerful explosion shattered the silence, echoing through the air like thunder. It appeared as if the spirit of the ghost general was being sealed, a final act of containment as the beast writhed in its agonized last moments. In response, the monk issued commands, urging the spirit to return to the righteous path. Talisman after talisman was hurled toward a creature, possibly the bound manifestation of the spirit or a guardian creature, while behind him, the two men desperately pleaded for the monk to halt his actions. Yet, the monk only smiled faintly, steadfast in his conviction that the creature's purification was inevitable, a process that would elevate him further along his enlightened path. Suddenly, from behind the monk, an unexpected figure emerged, a new presence shrouded in shadow. With swift precision, the stranger left a purple mark upon the monk's back, almost as if branding him with a mark of challenge or defiance. The monk spat blood, startled and confused by the sudden attack, his body losing control and collapsing to the ground. He understood immediately that this was a rival of considerable strength, one who had reached at least the second stage of cultivation, a formidable opponent capable of causing serious harm. The pressing question lingered in the air. Why had it taken so long for this attacker to strike? The figure with the mustache, perhaps an associate or subordinate, angrily berated the others, calling them worthless and emphasizing that they had nearly let the spirit of the general slip through their grasp. They bemoaned their failure in meeting their objectives, lamenting the strength of the monk who had thwarted their plans at every turn. Yet, despite their shortcomings, they found some solace, recognizing their own remaining worth in the grand scheme. In a display of defiance, they grasped the monk's foot, pleading for forgiveness, desperately seeking to salvage some hope amid the chaos. They acknowledged the monk's formidable power, recognizing that full defeat was not yet at hand. As they shed tears of relief, a silent understanding passed between them. This failure was but a temporary setback. The figure extended his hand, and the defeated men collapsed to the ground, defeated but not utterly broken. The man then addressed the ghostly general, instructing him to absorb the situation and prepare for what was to come. This act of submission or command hinted at a deeper strategy, a plan to harness and channel power, perhaps to regroup and strike again. As the tension rippled through the scene, the layers of conflict, power struggles, and spiritual warfare revealed themselves as part of a much larger tapestry where destinies intertwined amidst the chaos and darkness. Throughout this intricate web of confrontation, each character played a role, some fighting for salvation, others driven by ambition, and many caught in the relentless pursuit of power that could uplift or destroy them all. The balance between divine light and dark malice teetered precariously, shaping a story marked by sacrifice, betrayal, resilience, and the unending quest for enlightenment amidst chaos. The unfolding events left unanswered questions, hinting that the battle was far from over, and that the fates of these beings hung in the balance, sentient and aware of the eternal struggle that defined their existence. In the tumultuous chaos of that moment, the lives of the characters unfolded with a frenetic intensity that seemed almost surreal. The figure, once seemingly ordinary, had transformed dramatically. His physique now notably more muscular, embodying a newfound strength that was both startling and ominous. This was the very man who had issued orders to eliminate Sun, and with each passing second, he appeared increasingly convinced that fortune was once again turning in his favor. He approached the body of the monk, a sinister plan forming in his mind, an intention to turn the tables by forcing the general into a deadly predicament, perhaps even to consume him if possible. Yet, as soon as his hand touched the monk's body, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. An undeniable swelling began, causing the monk's frame to inflate in a rapid, uncontrollable manner. The man, surprised and perhaps alarmed, questioned aloud whether this was the monk's final act, his last attempt at defiance or trickery. No sooner had he uttered those words than the monk suddenly lunged forward, a sharp attack brandished with a claw filled with a ferocious intent. In that moment, the monk's mind raced. He recognized that his only chance for survival was to flee, yet he was painfully aware that escape was near impossible against such a formidable opponent. With desperation fueling his every move, he began to retreat cautiously, edging back while weighing his next step. At that precise moment, a loud explosion shattered the air. A door of the wagon was torn apart with destructive force. The crowd present recognized him instantly. It was the same monk who had appeared earlier, unmistakable amidst the chaos. Inflated and energized, he turned his head back toward the intruders and issued a commanding cry, urging everyone who wished to avoid death to leave immediately. His voice was firm, tinged with a mixture of madness and determination. The onlookers, bewildered and frightened, thought him to be entirely insane. However, they couldn't help but record the scene, captivated by the surreal spectacle unfolding before them. Meanwhile, the monk, now gripped by an intense resolve, pondered that perhaps it was already too late to change his destiny. As the figure accompanied by the ghostly general advanced steadily toward him, he hesitated, unsure if surrender was inevitable. Shadows and spirits began to drift aimlessly around the interior of the wagon, creating an eerie atmosphere that disoriented everyone present. The air was thick with confusion and dread, as if the boundaries between life and death were momentarily blurred within that confined space. In this tumultuous environment, the monk drew forth an object, a mysterious talisman, holding it up with a resolute expression. He whispered inwardly that if he truly had no options left, he was cornered in a dead end, yet he refused to capitulate. Bravely, he stepped forward, asserting that even if he perished that day, he would demonstrate the true purpose of his existence, the essence of his spirit. Approaching his opponent with determined force, he raised his hand to strike, but unexpectedly changed his course mid-motion. Instead of delivering a direct blow, he directed his attack downward, sending a beam of golden light rushing toward the attacking figure who had spoken of a splendid situation. An ironic twist, considering the peril they all faced. The monk's strike was deflected by the ghostly general, yet he remained standing, unyielding. His adversary, however, was visibly shaken. Blood began to trickle from his mouth as he realized that his attacks were being absorbed by an unseen force, an enchanting barrier that rendered his efforts futile. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Was he destined to die in that moment? Yet, he was told by the sinister figure to cease resisting and simply surrender to being consumed. But the monk, with unwavering resolve, refused to accept such an ending. The scene escalated when Sun, coughing loudly within the wagon, caught the attention of the monk. Observing this, the monk wondered how it was that Sun remained untouched by the chaos surrounding them. It was then that Sun introduced himself, revealing his identity as Sun, literally the man associated with the general, and his sudden appearance shook everyone present. The monk, recognizing this new development, questioned whether opportunities for salvation or rescue might still be within reach. Sun, quick to act, retrieved a talisman from his robes and threw it toward the attacker, claiming it as a gift. Almost instantaneously, the talisman exploded in fiery bursts, terrifying the man who was caught completely off guard. Most of the ghostly energy that had empowered the ghost general was consumed in that explosive release. The shocked attacker, realizing that his name had been invoked and that his protective aura was weakening, became visibly frightened. He tried to maintain the illusion of being a mighty elder or senior, asserting that the vile thing had vanished, so they could speak freely. Despite his bravado, the attacker questioned whether the power of the artifact was significantly compromised by the poison that had infiltrated their ranks. As he asked if Sun planned to kill him somehow, the monk, clever and stealthy, subtly drew a blade. He questioned whether the attacker believed he could escape from the master's blade, implying that escape was futile. The attacker, however, protested that he would never dare attempt such an act and tried to maintain his composure. The elder, observing the attacker's hand, noticed something peculiar. A sword of a strange, glowing aura that could reach across kilometers. A formidable weapon capable of striking from afar. Sun, observing the situation, half smiled and taunted, asking whether the attacker truly believed he could escape the master's blade, even as he felt a surge of shame and self-disgust for underestimating his opponent's power. His confidence, however, was tinged with a realization of the peril they all faced, especially as the mysterious sword hinted at the vast, cosmic reach of the enemy's strength. The tense confrontation stretched on, each side measuring the other, their breaths shallow but their resolve unbroken, knowing that the next move could determine life or death in a matter of moments. Throughout this tumult, the scene was saturated with a mixture of supernatural energy, psychological battles, and unyielding courage. The monks and warriors involved fought not only with weapons but with their inner resolve, their fears, and the hope for salvation amid overwhelming darkness. The story continued to unfold, revealing layers of strategy, hidden secrets, and unlikely alliances that would shape the outcome of their desperate struggle for survival and justice. In the dim shadows of that clandestine confrontation, a tense silence hung heavy in the air. The young man remained perfectly still, carefully maintaining his composure so that his opponent would suspect nothing. Every muscle in his body was tense, yet he acted calm, pretending to be unconcerned while secretly preparing for the inevitable. This was a delicate dance of patience and deception. He knew that any sudden move could spell disaster. As the adversary advanced, wielding a sharp blade with lethal intent, the young man's mind raced to maintain his composure, his heart pounding with anticipation. Suddenly, the attacker's blade halted just mere inches from his forehead, stopping cold in midair. The opponent, visibly surprised, hesitated and then questioned aloud why he had provoked such an unearthly being. The young man, with a steady voice, explained that he was offering a fleeting opportunity, an act of mercy, so that no one should believe that elders are inherently cruel to the youth. He declared that he was willing to grant a last chance. As long as the attacker survived this encounter, he would be spared. The assailant lowered his head in contemplation, pondering the talismans he carried, objects renowned for their life-saving properties, questioning whether they could truly make a difference. Turning to the young man, he asked if what he claimed was genuine. The young man, known as our boy, nodded affirmatively, warning the attacker never to tarnish his reputation or trust in him. Then, responding with calculated calmness, the young man instructed the assailant to prepare himself, and with a swift motion, cast 2 seals onto his sword. Instantly, a slash of energy surged forward, slicing through the attacker once again. The opponent was forcibly split into parts, collapsing onto the ground with a muffled cry. The young man watched quietly, a flicker of satisfaction passing across his face. Meanwhile, a monk standing nearby was struck with confusion. He stared at the scene, speechless, pondering whether anyone so strong could truly perish so easily. Son, the young man, turned to the assailant, informing him that since he had survived the initial attack, he would be allowed to live. The monk seemed puzzled, but Sun knew from experience that someone harboring over 6 decades worth of accumulated phantom objects and talismans likely possessed tools capable of saving lives in dire moments. The attacker began hurriedly gathering remnants of his body, realizing perhaps that hiding was pointless. As he prepared to retreat, he called upon his summoned creature, seeking permission to withdraw. Sun, watchful and unyielding, only observed him. The attacker attempted to flee but hesitated, hesitant to risk another wound. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted, and Sun unleashed a decisive attack, an X-shaped slash that shattered the attacker into pieces. The young man watched as his opponent fell, questioning internally why Sun had chosen such a brutal method. Sun merely stated that he didn't care about reputation or appearances. What mattered was eliminating threats swiftly and decisively. The attacker's body dissolved into fragments, and a suitcase nearby spilled open, revealing his hurriedly summoned creature. As he called out to it with desperate voice, he cursed Sun, labeling him a shameless villain. Our young hero, composed and unyielding, dismissed the accusation, remarking that reputation was nothing when faced with someone like that. He minimized his own identity, claiming he was merely an ordinary university student caught in extraordinary circumstances. In his fury, the attacker spat curses at Sun, advancing with malice in his eyes. As he drew closer, Sun casually sidestepped, and the attacker suddenly collapsed onto the ground, dead from a fatal strike. Nearby, the master of the altar, presumably an ally or protector, had been slain as well. Sun, unshaken, exhaled slowly and retrieved a special liquid, an artifact designed to dissolve corpses. With meticulous care, he poured the liquid over the attacker's body. The peculiar thing was that only the clothing appeared to dissolve, while the flesh remained intact, resisting the solution. He knew that leaving the body unguarded would attract police scrutiny or worse, scrutiny from authorities who might be curious about such unnatural phenomena. Meanwhile, the monk observed everything with cautious eyes, trying to comprehend Sun's actions. He wondered whether Sun was troubled by the sight of the corpse or simply was executing a strategic plan. Turning to the monk, the young man asked if there was any way to deal with the still intact body without raising suspicion. The monk, glowing with a serene confidence, nodded approvingly, indicating he knew the method. Sun expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that he owed the monk a debt. Yet, the monk simply responded that ultimately, it was the young man who had saved him, and that his actions had been crucial in turning the tide. With this, Sun sat down beside the body, beginning to absorb the residual energies emanating from the decomposing form. The air grew thick with mystical resonance as his spiritual power surged, reaffirming his mastery over such dark arts. Every pulse of energy reaffirmed that, despite the chaos and destruction, he remained vigilant, ever prepared for the next challenge that lurked in the shadows. His presence was like an unyielding fortress amid the turmoil, a silent guardian unwavering in the face of danger, ready to confront whatever threats might arise in the relentless march of his secretive battles. Once upon a time, in a world swirling with mystery and shadows, there was a young man whose life was about to take a turn he could neither anticipate nor fully comprehend. It all began on a quiet, ordinary day when he found himself hurriedly boarding a train to escape the chaos around him. Clutching a battered suitcase, he felt an inexplicable urge, an intuition that something inside it held the key to a greater destiny. As he settled into a seat, he couldn't shake the feeling that the contents of that bag might change everything he knew. He knew well that dawn would soon break, and with it, the awakening of countless people. The carriage's inhabitants, still groggy from sleep, started to stir. When their eyes landed on the young man and his mysterious suitcase, their expressions flickered with curiosity and suspicion. Suddenly, the doors hissed open, and a figure that exuded calm and power stepped into the compartment. It was a monk, his face serene but his gaze piercing. Before anyone could react, the monk positioned himself with unwavering composure, displaying a body that seemed almost otherworldly, immovable and luminous in the early morning light. For a moment there was silence. Then, a brilliant smile broke across the monk's face, radiating a sense of peace that contrasted sharply with the tension in the carriage. The reactions were instant. Panic spread like wildfire. Passengers hurriedly scrambled to exit, their minds flooded with fear and confusion. The young man, seeing this chaos, took advantage of the distraction. With a calm but hurried motion, he slipped away from the commotion, whispering to himself that he was leaving everything in the hands of the monk. His escape was swift and deliberate. He boarded another train, determined to uncover whatever truth lay beneath the surface of this strange encounter. During the journey, he encountered snippets of information, rumors of an incident in the underground metro. Curious, he wondered if his mysterious protector had somehow resolved the turmoil. But before he could indulge in speculation further, he turned on the television and witnessed a shocking scene. The monk, now immobilized, standing silent as the news anchor announced that he was to be decapitated. What struck him profoundly was not just the act but the monk's desperate, unflinching cry, an insistence that he had acted alone, without any accomplices. It was a moment that revealed layers of complexity. The young man saw that the monk, in a paradoxical twist, had chosen to shoulder all the blame himself. His act of utmost sacrifice was, perhaps, a way to shield others from retribution or harm. As the camera captured the monk's face, he raised his thumb in a silent gesture of reassurance, conveying to the watching world, and perhaps to himself, that he would not allow anyone else to suffer for his actions. Meanwhile, law enforcement officers questioned the monk closely. They asked whether he enjoyed the attention of the cameras, and his response was a simple, unwavering affirmation. The young man, observing from the shadows, felt a deepening sense of helplessness. He had managed to survive the chaos yet found himself pondering how to navigate this bewildering landscape. His mind lingered on the strange pattern of events, the way he had already taken 2 lives in just as many days. Notably, he had maintained an astonishing calm during these acts, almost as if he were indifferent to the weight of his deeds. He understood that this journey toward strength was a lengthy and arduous one, an unpredictable path filled with hardships and revelations. It became clear that he would have to adapt to many new realities if he wished to grow stronger. With this resolve firming within him, he reached out to the mysterious figure who had supplied him with talismans, the ones believed to bestow extraordinary powers. Carefully, he informed this contact that everything had proceeded smoothly and promised to return the remaining talismans. The voice on the other end, however, cautioned him to keep the leftovers, just in case. The man was located on a remote island deep in the Pacific Ocean, a place that seemed cut off from the rest of the world, a fragment of solitude and silence. Despite the chaos he had witnessed and the darkness he had glimpsed, he was committed to fulfilling a promise he had made long ago, to teach 10,000 people how to read and write, to empower those who had been denied knowledge and opportunity. Though this mission seemed distant from the violence he had recently experienced, it became a beacon of purpose amid the chaos. Yet even as he prepared for this new chapter, confusion clouded his mind. The details of his recent actions, killing 2 men in a matter of days, nagged at him with relentless persistence. He pondered the strange serenity that had accompanied his deeds, almost as if they were rites of passage rather than crimes. His composure was unnerving, a sign that perhaps he was already becoming someone else, someone hardened by circumstances beyond his control. At a certain point, deep inside, he felt the need to verify the safety of his loved ones. His thoughts turned to his cousin, a person whose opinions and perceptions he trusted. So, he decided to call her, noticing how her voice sounded unusually sharp, as if she were worried about him. She inquired about his whereabouts, sensing that something was not quite right. He explained that he was in the metro, heading home and expecting to arrive within half an hour. She mentioned having heard that he had recently gone to a shop to purchase medication and was curious if this was true. Her concern was evident as she asked whether he was unwell, especially since she had seen him hit one of his friends recently. Naturally, he assured her that he was in good health and that his visit to the store was merely to help a friend. She listened, understanding but worried, telling him that once he got home and arrived at the school, it would be better to call her again to reassure her further. Her voice conveyed a mix of trust and suspicion, her instinct telling her to stay alert, because this was the second time she had sensed that something was amiss in his behavior. He recognized that these strange inquiries were more than mere coincidences. His cousin's intuition was pointing to something hidden beneath the surface, something that needed close watching. And so, he decided to keep a secret for now. He left the suitcase with his medical instructor, a wise and composed man who had been guiding him for some time. When the young man finally arrived at his mentor's house, he hesitated to open the luggage. He sensed that it might contain something dangerous or valuable that could reveal much about his current state. The instructor, observing him carefully, praised him for having been manipulated into a vulnerable position, that the suitcase's contents could contain dangerous artifacts or hidden knowledge. Just a touch of the hand was enough for the instructor, a gesture showing that he no longer feared or trusted the unknown contents. Then, slowly, the man opened the suitcase. Inside, a mountain of money spilled out. Cash, shiny and crisp, enough to buy anything he might need to survive and sustain himself. Yet, strangely, the young man felt no excitement or greed. Instead, he was focused on a different goal: acquiring a weapon, a means to gain greater strength and control. With newfound resolve, he knew that having money was a start, but it was merely a tool. His real aim was to become more powerful, resilient against everything the world could throw at him. The riches could buy nourishment, safety, and perhaps even the means to confront those who threatened him. His mind was racing with plans, ways to harness this new material wealth to forge a stronger, more formidable persona. As days passed, he continued to walk the tightrope between chaos and clarity. His thoughts grew darker yet more focused. The violence he had committed, though troubling, seemed almost like a necessary step, an initiation into a new reality where strength was the only currency that mattered. The acts of killing, brutal and indisputable, left him feeling both hollow and strangely invigorated. He realized that the path ahead was one of relentless growth, of learning to master both his body and mind in a world that continually tested his limits. He remembered the promise to teach others, an act of kindness in a sea of turmoil. Despite the darkness, this mission was a beacon of hope for him. The idea of educating 10,000 individuals symbolized a way to turn suffering into empowerment. Yet, as he looked around at the chaos, he knew that his journey was far from over. Every step revealed new challenges, new enemies, new mysteries waiting to be unraveled. He understood that to survive and thrive, he must endure the loneliest moments, confront his deepest fears, and accept the burdens that came with power. His mind, once clouded with innocence, had become a forge hammered by experience. Still, beneath the surface, a desire burned, to become someone capable of shaping his destiny, no matter how dark the road ahead. With each passing day, he moved closer to that goal, knowing well that the true strength lay not just in weapons and wealth, but in the resilience of the human spirit united with unshakable purpose. And so, he pressed on, guided by an internal compass that pointed toward an uncertain but inevitable future, one in which he would have to face himself, his enemies, and the shadows lurking in every corner of his life. But equipped with a newfound understanding, a sharpened resolve, and the promise to uplift others, He prepared to walk a path that would define not only his fate, but perhaps the future of many others who hung in the balance. Once upon a time, in a realm where ancient wisdom intertwined with mystic forces, there was a young man named Sun, whose journey was as complex as it was intriguing. Sun had been seeking a way to unlock his hidden potential, to harness powers that only legends could describe. His path was fraught with danger and discovery, guided by a wise mentor whose insights cut through the darkness like a blade of clarity. One day, the master placed a hand upon Sun's shoulder and warned him gently, "Never let material wealth cloud your vision. The true treasure lies beyond mere riches. It dwells in the depths of your inner strength and the knowledge you seek." With this, the teacher opened a hidden compartment within his robes, revealing 9 small jars filled with mysterious liquids. Sun's eyes widened as he questioned their safety, eager yet cautious. The master reassured him, explaining that these substances had been heavily scrutinized and were free of traps or contaminants. He inhaled deeply, noting a peculiar yet familiar scent that hinted at a potent essence. "This," the master declared, "is a specialized bodily temperament elixir, crafted with great care. What I offer you now is a more potent, comprehensive version, much stronger than the simplified concoctions you've been consuming." Sun, eager to strengthen his foundation and prepare for the challenges ahead, asked if this elixir would suffice to expand his power. The master shook his head, indicating that there was still much more to explore. "Our young seeker is curious about these pills," the master noted. "They are made of ki and blood, powerful substances that can enhance your abilities significantly." Sun wondered aloud about the quantity of these pills, and the master explained that there were many, yet advised that if used sparingly, they could last a long time. "The altar master," he continued, "once forged a pact with unseen spirits, but he was fortunate to emerge unscathed from those dangerous dealings. I suggest you stay and try some of these formulas firsthand, but only if you are prepared for what lies ahead." However, Sun hesitated, recalling his urgent need to return to his younger cousin. The mischievous girl who relied on him deeply. With a sigh, he decided he must leave soon, balancing the weight of his mission against his curiosity. In the next scene, Sun found himself wandering the bustling streets near a hospital. Suddenly, a man hurried past him, accidentally dropping money onto the cobblestone. Sun instinctively called out to alert the stranger, who turned back with a grateful smile. Just as the man was about to thank Sun, an elderly voice from nearby forewarned about potential scams lurking on the internet, warning that if he tried to pick up the money himself, he might fall prey to thieves. Confused and slightly uneasy, Sun watched as the man hurried away, clutching his coins. He had intended to return the money, but his cousin, swiftly took his hand and insisted they head into the hospital for a series of examinations. 2 hours later, exhausted yet determined, Sun sat in a quiet corridor, pondering the intricate web of connections and secrets swirling around him. Within the hospital's sterile halls, Sun was acutely aware that a certain professor, whose name had been softly mentioned by the gentle, flowing pen of the herbalist, was nearby. Suddenly, a medical attendant appeared, announcing that they would escort Sun to the professor's room. His cousin grew curious and asked if there was reason for concern, but the doctor explained that they needed to assess something unusual. The doctor's eyes came alive with a mixture of surprise and concern. "I've never seen a person quite so healthy," she said, examining Sun's vital signs, which hovered near the maximum limits of good health. Her enthusiasm was palpable, and her admiration genuine. Sun felt a quiet sense of pride. He knew that his resilient health was thanks to the secrets shared in a thriving WhatsApp group dedicated to mystical and healing arts. As they moved down the corridor, a nurse appeared, pointing toward a patient in room number 570. The nurse mentioned that something seemed peculiar. A girl in that room appeared outwardly fine, yet internally her organs showed signs of being ravaged by a severe burn, an anomaly that drew Sun's attention. Moments later, the nurse left to check on other patients, and Sun's cousin announced her intent to visit the professor himself. As they crossed the hospital's long, echoing hallways, a bald man who had been lurking nearby suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a craving for power. He was searching for the legendary seventh member of the clan, a figure cloaked in secrecy and strength. Sun, at first, could not sense the man's presence, but he knew instinctively that he was somewhere in the vicinity, hidden within one of the many rooms on the ward. This shadowed figure, craving the fragments of ultimate strength, moved silently, intent on uncovering secrets that could tilt the balance of power. The story continued to unfold with twists and revelations, each character driven by motives both noble and treacherous. Sun's journey was becoming clearer, though the path ahead was shrouded in darkness. His resolve was unwavering. Each step brought him closer to understanding the hidden truths of his own potential and the secret forces that operated behind the veil of everyday life. He knew that only through perseverance, wisdom, and a touch of daring could he hope to unlock the ultimate secrets that would shape not only his destiny but the fate of all he sought to protect. In a quiet, sunlit courtyard, an unassuming man approached a humble residence. He was a guest, a visitor come to inspect and assess something important, though he himself had little idea of what to expect. The local boy, ever curious and eager, stepped forward with a respectful smile. Recognizing the visitor's purpose, the boy offered a small gesture of hospitality, a handful of fresh fruits, bright and plentiful, each piece a token of goodwill. The guest accepted the offering graciously, expressing his thanks with a faint nod, before moving on to his task. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the creaking of the old wooden door. An older man with a bald head appeared abruptly, his face set in an expression that was hard to read. His gaze lingered strangely on the visitor and the boy, though he quickly dismissed the moment as insignificant. With a dismissive wave, he mumbled something under his breath, then turned away, descending the creaking staircase with unhurried steps. Just as he disappeared from view, an unexpected voice echoed from behind. A sharp, somewhat sinister remark that the scammer was still present. The boy, startled and confused, wanted to explain, to clarify his intentions, but the old man was already retreating into the shadows, heading down the stone steps and out of sight. Perplexed, the boy looked after him, puzzled by the strange accusation that seemed out of place. Why had that eccentric old man called him a swindler? It was at that moment he noticed someone familiar from earlier, a girl with a shy but knowing expression. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She quickly denied any coincidence, dismissing the suspicion and asking if he was all right. The boy, eager to help but respecting her independence, offered to assist her with her minor injury, a small wound she claimed to be merely a scratch. She shook her head softly, insisting she didn't need help, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, the mysterious old man retreated to his room where he searched diligently, seemingly fixated on some secret task. Another figure entered, an assistant or perhaps an apprentice, who knocked on the door and peeked inside. Finding the room empty, the assistant quickly reported to a learned figure, a master of medicine. The master, calm and composed, confirmed that the special liquid they'd prepared, the essence of spiritual temperament, was ready. Handing it over to the boy, he explained that in 2 days' time, the formula would be perfected to its full strength, after which the substances would be safely stored or used. The boy, listening carefully, asked if it was truly necessary for him to leave so soon. The master replied that he had already extended his stay beyond what was expected, that his time here was limited. When asked if there was any problem or obstacle, the master shook his head kindly, asserting there was no issue and that help would always be available should the boy need it. Just speak, he advised, and support would be at hand from their group. Then, shifting to a more contemplative tone, the master posed a question about the spiritual journey, whether guiding someone along the correct path could, indeed, lead to healing and physical improvement. The boy looked up, intrigued but surprised at the sudden philosophical turn. The master then inquired sincerely whether he had ever considered embracing the teachings of Buddhism. In response, the boy recounted the story of a monk, a humble spiritual guide who had appeared in his life and had helped him understand the difference between true enlightenment and worldly illusions. The master nodded knowingly, reassuring him that the eccentric man they'd seen earlier would soon resolve his inner conflicts. in his own time. Feeling a sense of calm and gratitude, the boy expressed appreciation for the words that had eased his worries. Remembering the gentle smile and encouraging tone of the monk, he secretly hoped that the spiritual guide was doing well wherever he was. Later that evening, the boy returned home and lay down to sleep. But his rest was disturbed by a vivid nightmare. Images of violence, of moments when he had been forced to confront and even take a life. The dark memory haunted him, each detail resonating painfully in his mind. Rain or shine, he felt haunted by the ghost of that fateful day, unable to escape the shadows of his past. As dawn approached, the boy's determination to move forward grew stronger. He ventured to an abandoned clearing, a place where solitude and silence offered a refuge for his training. He practiced diligently, using the little energy he had regained after earlier efforts, and took solace in the routine, focusing on honing his skill. During his practice, he took a small vial of blood, an ancient remedy, to aid his recovery, mindful of its potent properties. Time passed, and after days of relentless effort, a figure appeared. For in the shadows, Pell, a mysterious acquaintance, arrived with a special offering. That is, a gift from the master of medicine. The girl who brought the gift explained that the master had to leave for a few days, but had sent this token of appreciation and trust. She tossed something into the boy's hand, a carefully wrapped object, and watched as he opened it. Inside was an elegant folding fan, crafted from fine silk and delicate bamboo, but unlike any ordinary fan. She revealed it to be a treasured magical artifact capable of controlling flames, an enchanted object passed down through legends and myths. Its power was immense, yet it required mastery and understanding to wield properly. She handed him a manual, a detailed set of instructions explaining how to activate and control its fiery magic. The boy, astonished by the legendary nature of the artifact coupled with the intricate guide, hesitated for a moment. It seemed almost unbelievable that such a treasure could come with a manual, but he accepted it gratefully. The girl reassured him that he need not worry excessively about every detail at first. Instead, he should focus on practicing and gaining familiarity with the fan's capabilities. As a final note, she advised him to remain dedicated and to keep practicing diligently. This artifact was a gift of great significance, crafted with love and care, meant to aid him in his journey. Perhaps it was a sign that he was on the right path, increasingly aligning himself with his true purpose. With hope rekindled, the boy looked at the fan, feeling the faint warmth of its hidden power. He knew that his journey was far from over, and many more adventures awaited him. Unlocking the secrets of this legendary treasure, he prepared himself to face whatever challenges lay ahead, confident that he now carried a key to his future, steadfast and ready to ignite the path before him.